Let me call this meeting of the James City County Board of Supervisors to order for the purpose of a business meeting. Mr. Stevens, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Wainwright?
Here.
Ms. Knoll?
Present.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Here.
Ms. Larson?
Here.
Mr. McGrath?
Here.
All present.
Okay, thank you. We have a very busy schedule today, lots of different items that we'll be looking at. But we'll start with a couple of proclamations, and so I'll go down to the podium. And if you'll bear with me. So I'll ask the chief, come on down. Whereas the National Association of Town Watch, NATW, is sponsoring a unique nationwide crime, drug, and violence prevention program on August 4th, 2026, entitled National Night Out, whereas the 43rd Annual National Night Out provides a unique opportunity for James City County to join forces with thousands of other communities across the country in promoting cooperative police community crime prevention. And whereas the James City County Police Department plays a vital role through joint crime, drug, and violence prevention efforts in James City County and is supporting National Night Out 2026 locally. And whereas it is essential that all citizens of James City County be aware of the importance of crime prevention programs and the impact that their participation can have on reducing crime, drugs, and violence in James City County. And whereas police, community partnerships, neighborhood safety, awareness, and cooperation are important important themes of the National Night Out. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of Supervisors of James City County, do hereby call upon all citizens of James City County to join the James City County Police Department in, supporting the 43rd Annual National Night Out, August 4th, 2026. Further, let it be resolved that we, the Board of Supervisors, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, August 4th, 2026 as National Night Out in James City County. In witness whereof, I hereby set my hand and cause the seal of the County of James City, Virginia, to be affixed this 28th day of July, 2026. Chief, would you like to say a few words about National Night Out and its significance?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We're looking forward to meeting you all on August 4th. We'll be traveling through the county at various locations. You can see that posted on our social media pages. National Night Out is a time for communities to come together to get to know each other in an effort to help us prevent crime. As you know, we can't do this on our own. It takes a community effort. So we look forward to meeting with you and talking to you and get to know you more. There's also at James River Elementary School going to be a dunk tank that I may or may not have signed up to be in. So if any of you all would like to come out and throw a baseball or softball at that to try to dunk me, you're more than welcome. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chief. And I think I actually promised that I would come out and do that dunk tank as well. So I suspect I've got a lot more folks who are ready to throw something at me. And I'll give you your resolution right here so that you can put it in a place of honor until August 5th. Thank you. Thank you. And I'd ask Sarah Rush to come up and join me as well. We're very fortunate to have a professional of the caliber of Sarah Rush, who works in emergency preparedness, and at this time of year especially, it's important for us as we think about the potential for hurricanes and other storms that can have a devastating impact on communities. So this is a proclamation for national. That's National Night Out. That's not the right one. This is the one. Okay. This proclamation is for National Emergency Management Awareness Month, August 2026. Whereas emergencies and disasters occur unexpectedly, posing significant threats to life, property, and the environment. And whereas local emergency managers and emergency managers across all sectors of the community, leaders, state and local governments, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, dedicate countless hours to developing preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation programs to protect the lives and property of all persons living in the United States and its territories. Whereas emergency managers across the U.S. and U.S. territories are charged with establishing and maintaining the capabilities necessary to effectively direct, coordinate, and support emergency and disaster response and recovery efforts, whereas the mission areas of prevention, protecting, mitigation, response, and recovery align with the core capabilities identified in the National Preparedness Goal, and whereas the emergency managers serve the nation by responding to countless emergencies and disasters each year, demonstrating commitment, compassion, and professionalism in protecting the public. And whereas the efforts of our national emergency managers have helped millions of community members across the United States recover, rebuild, become more resilient in the face of disaster. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, as the chairman of the Board of Supervisors of James City County, Virginia, do hereby recognize the month of August as National Emergency Management Awareness Month in conjunction with the National Preparedness Month in September. In witness whereof, I hereby set my hand and cause the seal of the County of James City, Virginia, to be affixed on this 28th day of July 2026. You know, one of the things that we love to know about our staff is that they are prepared to address any kind of concern that we might encounter, especially something like a hurricane or a natural disaster of that kind. But in Sarah's case, we know that she's thoroughly prepared, and we hope we don't have to call on her services directly in many instances. But Sarah, would you like to just say a few words about your role?
Well, thank you so much for this proclamation. This is the second year that we have done it in James City County, and the second year nationally that we have had an Emergency Management Awareness Month. Often police and fire and 911 have their weeks or their months, and this was something that emergency management professionals just recently started doing in order to promote emergency preparedness and emergency management. So our hope is that, well, this coincides with September, which is National Preparedness Month. This is going into the height of hurricane season. Folks, get your bags together, check your plans, get with your family, understand what you might do if you need to evacuate or shelter in place. And we hope that we don't need to use any of that. My favorite part of my job is actually all the plans, and I hope that I never have to use them. So I just wanted to say thank you for recognizing emergency management, and thank you for having a full-time emergency management position in the county. Not every jurisdiction is lucky enough to have someone that, or have a position that gets to concentrate just on emergency management. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I'll give you a proclamation right here. You can show that to all your fellow professionals around the country. With the rest of the board, sure.
Yes, yes. Chief.
Okay. Now we move on to another favorite part of our agenda, which is our quarterly update from the Virginia Department of Transportation. Brian Gentry is our resident administrator now, so call him forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
afternoon.
Again, my name is Brian Gentry. For those in attendance, I'm the residency administrator for VDOT's Williamsburg residency. I am pleased to be here today to deliver the quarterly report for our VDOT forces here in James City County. I'll get started with our service request system and what we've gone through since April 1st and through the June 30th date. So state forces from Croker and Williamsburg area headquarters completed 675 of the 781 work orders received and an 86% completion rate. So through that time period, we had 106 unresolved of those service requests through June 30th. They consisted of multiple different types of activities: drainage, pothole repairs, tree trimming, pipe cleaning. That's the majority of the work that we do, that our maintenance forces do. On the second page of the handout, you'll see the area headquarters generated work accomplishments. Those are activities that our state forces perform that are unrelated to calls that we receive through our customer service center. You'll see a majority of these are signs. Our maintenance folks will repair signs that are not generally reported, so they're hitting traffic accidents or they're just worn and need replaced. So that's where you'll see a majority of these numbers here from. So during fiscal year 26, from July 1st of 2025 through June 30th of 2026, our state forces from both the Croker and Williamsburg area headquarters have responded to a total of 2,653 service requests in James City County. A total of 2,414, so 94% of those service requests were completed as resolved. For some additional perspective, each of my area headquarters team consists of 14 members, so 28 total between the two locations. And that equivalates to approximately 94 service requests per individual on each team. A little additional perspective, both of those area headquarters also service James City County, or York County, with similar service levels. Moving into our mowing update, we've proceeded through multiple cycles at this point. The current primary route mow cycle is in progress now. The full cycle of primary and secondary mowing will begin in August. Paving operations, the current status for Route 5, of course, is complete. 60 on the end of Pocahontas Trail is complete. The upcoming portion towards Tuano should begin next week. There were some delays on the original schedule as Virginia Natural Gas completed their utility work in the area. Croker Park and Ride was completed earlier this year. That pavement operation is done. Our 14-month schedule, which consists of our secondary roads in some of our neighborhoods, including this year Powhatan Shore, Spring Hill, and Monticello Woods, milling and paving operations began second week of July on the 13th. For our county safety and operational improvement program, we have not had our fund distribution for FY27. We do expect similar distribution amounts for this year, as it's been the same for the past several years. We've already got a good head start on some expenses. This money, a percentage can be carried over, so it's important that we use it every year. For FY25, we used every penny of it. We did not give up any of it. So like I said, we've got a good kickstart for this year. We've done sidewalks in Green Springs Plantation, sidewalks, curb and gutter, and ADA ramps in Lake Powell Point. we've done some curb and gutter repairs on Old Cart and Galvernack. Moving into projects in design, excuse me. The Long Hill shared use path for the construction of a shared use path to fill the gap on Long Hill from Lane Place to Charing Cross. The current add date for that was June 9th. Projected award date is next month on 8/28. The Jamestown High School crosswalk sidewalk, that is a project to provide pedestrian access to Jamestown High School. It would install crosswalk striping, pedestrian signal heads, and necessary signage to allow for safe crossing of John Tyler Highway and Eagle Way. Current add date for that is in October of 2028 with a projected award of December 2028. The Pocahontas Trail widening is to upgrade Pocahontas Trail to 3 lanes with median turn lane, curb and gutter, and 5-foot sidewalk, 4-foot buffer along the eastbound 60, 8-foot wide shared use path, with a 5-foot buffer along the westbound. Pedestrian lighting, bus pull-offs, design waivers will be prepared for the shared use path and buffer as required. That current ad is for June of 2029 with a projected award of August 2029. Next project is Smart Scale Airport Moortown Richmond Road improvements, and that's the roundabout there at Moortown Road. It's for intersection improvements for Airport Road, Moortown Road, including a roundabout. Improve the intersection of Richmond Road and Airport Road to include a right only onto Richmond Road. And it will include lane reassignments and U-turn points. That is projected to advertise in June of 2030 and a projected award date in August of 2030. So this next project is a little far out. There's no date set, but the Richmond Road sidewalk is to project. The project will provide the first segment of a 5-foot sidewalk along Richmond Road within the existing gap between Bush Springs, and Richmond Road and 7607 Richmond Road. Entire sidewalk gap extends to Oakland Drive and will increase the walkability along Richmond Road from Toano to Norge. Current add date is August of 2031. There is no current projected award date because it's just too far out. Next one is Matoka Elementary School sidewalk, and that is a TAP application, Transportation Alternative Program application. The project will construct approximately 3,800 feet of sidewalk along Brickbat Road to connect existing sidewalk at Matoka Elementary School to 2 existing sidewalks along Centerville Road. Project will also construct a pedestrian crossing and ADA compliant curb ramps at the intersection of Brickbat Road and Centerville Road. That current ad is November of 2029, but there is no currently set project award date. And finally, the Jamestown Road and Green Springs Road intersection improvements. That's rev share application. That project provides intersection improvements to replace the curve on Green Springs Road as vehicles travel towards Jamestown Road. By creating a new intersection, this would better align Jamestown Road with Green Springs Road. There are currently no dates set. Couple projects pending. You should all be familiar with this one. I believe I spoke about it last Board of Supervisors meeting. Both of these these projects are the Route 30 and Schoolhouse Lane and Route 5 in Centerville. And this is to install permanent island signage, paint markings to prohibit left turns at the intersections. According to the district, just got yesterday, those are anticipated to be advertised within the next 30 to 45 days. Another follow-up on Pinedale Road cross pipe replacement. That is to replace the existing failing pipes with one 60-inch pipe. We had it funded last year. That funding got withdrawn for our snow overruns. We had to pay down the deficit. I have requested that funding for this year, but it has not been secured as of yet. So our state forces will continue to maintain and make sure that we don't have any washouts or sinkholes, and if they do arise, that we repair them until the permanent fixture is in place. Projects awarded, under construction, and recently completed. So our HITS contract, through the second term of the contract, we are 25 of 25 hits that have been identified have been repaired. Now those continuously come in. It is nonstop. So we get them repaired. It is not abnormal to get at least 1 or 2 a week. Croker Road widening project, and I expect there'll be more discussion on this one Thursday night, so I've tried to get as much info as I can. And I'll push all the way up to the last minute to see I can get most up-to-date info. Fixed completion for that remains November 18th, 2027. Current progress update, they are currently correcting environmental issues throughout the project due to some of the heavy rain that's happened recently. Second, they're currently regrading some of the abutment slopes. Upcoming activities, they're going to be installing fill. They're going to be working on the Rose Lane relocation, and they're going to be performing the pavement tie-ins at the Station of Norge Apartments and the Croker Road and Rose Lane intersection. Got a typo on this one. This next one, that is not the Croker Road widening project. That is actually the Jolly Pond Road signal. That is installed and operational, and that was done early. I think the original schedule was for November, so they were able to get it lined up, installed, and operational early. Gap C design build project. The current milestones, the fixed completion date is November 2027. They did complete the Lightfoot park and ride early. That was completed last December. Excuse me. They expect to have early completion of the eastbound, westbound lanes. As it ties into the Gap B segment in Duquesne County, they anticipate that to be November of this year. And they expect early opening of 3 eastbound and westbound lanes for about 1.5 miles from Kroger Road to the eastern limits of Gap C. So as we come down towards this end. Just a update on the 6 Mount Zion closure. I got an update yesterday from our public affairs. The Virginia Natural Gas utility relocation efforts, which is why it has remained closed, is expected to remain in place through the duration of summer. Earliest Labor Day, but possibly all the way through September 21st. I know that's been a kind of a thorn in everybody's side, and I know it's impacting traffic a lot, but the best way they can do it is when the road is closed, so they can do everything they can do safely. All right, I'm gonna move into the traffic engineering updates. I know these are everybody's favorite. So I got a sign study that was completed. So these will all be my completed studies, recently completed. In the Indigo Park neighborhood, they're going to be installing a speed limit placard as you enter the neighborhood. So it's neighborhood-wide speed limit. They will also be installing stop signs in the intersections. Not all, but several. Mainly Surrey Drive. So that was actually completed in June. Next one is on Little Creek Dam Road. The request was because of the curvature of the road, they wanted some advanced warning signage. We got that taken care of. Those signs were installed both directions in June. The Route 60 crosswalk request for the WATA stops, traffic engineering reviewed it and determined that the current configuration did not support installing crossings there. There is no refuge. There is no safe spot for riders to be at. What they did recommend is a mid-block crossing, and having spoken to some of my counterparts with the county, they are applying for the TA funding to do a mid-block crossing. So we'll see where that goes. Monticello Avenue, crosswalks at Windsor Mead and Monticello Marketplace. They did do a review. They came back with a design for pedestrian signal beacons and warning signs, along with a center refuge and ADA compliant curb ramps. On Barlow Road, I know this, not this one, Barlow Road, intersection of Tom Thomas Road, will be replacing delineators, installing intersection warning signs in both directions, and installing a stop bar on Tom Thomas Road. This is related to sight distance, and that was actually completed July. Next item was a speed study performed on Green Springs Road. initiated by my predecessor. Their recommendation was to retain the current 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. The next item was for intersection safety on News Road at the approach to Monticello Avenue, and that resulted in the step-down speed limit going from 45 to 35. So you're not transitioning straight from 45, you make the turn. So there's a step-down speed limit there now on News Road. Current items queued for studies have Ironbound Road and the intersection of Discovery Park Road and Watford Lane. They are being assessed for a flashing yellow arrow. Route 60 and 199 ramp is currently being assessed to see if it meets signal warrants. Route 1830, which is Newtown Avenue, and 1837, Casey Boulevard, both of those areas in Newtown, they're being assessed for crosswalk installation at their multi-use path. Next item is Chickahominy Road at Route 60, and that is being assessed to see if it meets signal warrants. Route 610, Forge Road, and that's being assessed for the removal of the passing zone. Route 607, Croker Road. Supervisor Knoll, this was one of your requests. It's being assessed for crossover pavement markings there at Fenton Mill Road. Next item I have is Route 199 at the approach to Quarter Path. That's being reviewed for consideration of pavement markings or rumble strips at the approach to the intersection. Route 606 Riverview Road. That is being assessed for centerline roadway pavement markings. When that road was repaved, it widened out beyond the 18-foot minimum requirement to be considered. So it is now being reviewed and considered for centerline. So anytime you have a roadway and you're requesting center lines, it does have a minimum traffic volume and pavement widths. Minimum traffic volume being 500 vehicles a day and pavement width being 18 foot. Most recent items we have is Route 5 is being the speed study for the school zone for Jamestown High School, and Brickbat Road, the speed study for the school zone for Matoka Elementary School. And finally, to close things out, I've got a couple other studies that are either just wrapping up or in progress. And the RSA, the roadway safety audit for Route 30, is a section from New Kent into James City County. That study was completed. They came back with several recommendations from low cost to high cost, and they included things from pavement markings to roadway realignment. And so those are some things we'll have to look at and see from a maintenance standpoint. There are some things that we can do: tree trimming, pavement marking refresh. Next item is the project pipeline study for Centerville and Richmond Road, and that's analyzing the operational safety issues for Centerville Road and Route 60. And that schedule study is supposed to end sometime next month. Once that ends, I'll have more information on the results of that. And 199 through John Tyler, Jamestown, and Brookwood. That is our choke point there. I don't have any new information. I can tell you it is still being looked at. That project has not gone away. It has not died, but there's still some work on the process, because Williams City's got to be involved. This involves more than VDOT or the county. We've got the city of Williamsburg involved in this one as well. And then we've got the Surrey crossing study. The General Assembly has VDOT doing a study about a potential crossing of the James River from James City County or Charles City into Surrey County. It is currently being reviewed by environmental, and that study is mandated to be completed by November 30th of this year. That said, that's all I have to report on. I'll be happy to attempt to answer any questions, or at least take your questions and get back to you with a response.
Thank you for looking at Fenton Mill and 60 and Croker. I appreciate that very much. And Jolly Pond seems to be working okay because it's triggered, right? Perfect. So that's good. That's helping. We appreciate that. And
I
guess
haven't,
the-
I
I
hadn't
guess
got
the-
any poor feedback about it yet. Everybody seems to be happy with it.
Well, yeah, I'm okay with it. So. and-
Almost missed my turn one day. I was like, that's not my turn. Oh, that is my
That's
turn.
my
The
turn.
stoplight's up.
So also, so the gas line going down the center of 60 at Centerville and Croker and Lightfoot, they're gone now, right? They're finished with that?
It should be
All their
finished,
equipment's
yes.
gone. Okay, so it came all the way down from Norge, it's done, right?
Mhm.
Okay, good.
They should be wrapping up. If they're not done, they should be done so the pavers can start next week.
Okay, okay, thank you. Appreciate it. We'll see you Thursday.
So people
Be
should
ready.
be warned, there's more work. So there
That
will be
paving-
more lanes closed
Yeah.
and patience. I've seen enough
Patience.
accidents in that stretch of road this summer.
Yep.
Yeah.
We've had some backups there this year.
But you've been addressing it, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Wainwright, do you have anything else that you'd like to ask about?
I'm good.
Okay. Ms. Null, you have
Just a
anything
couple
else?
things. Number one, I got an email from some, the folks in Monticello Woods. You guys are paving the front part of Monticello Woods, which is the older roads that you had accepted quite a while ago. The newer roads in the back, I think, were just accepted just recently. But they were very happy with the paving, but they were asking whether or not the older, the newer ones in the back could have any kind of overspray just to make them look the same as the others. So otherwise, I guess I got a tremendous difference in the look of the road. But that was just one input from somebody, one of my constituents there that I wanted to pass along. I have two places that I'd like you to keep an eye on. One, if you can fix it, it's on Ashbury Lane, and we're doing a lot of construction there. And I know there's a pothole because I had to crawl out of it the other day. And it's just as you turn off of Long Hill onto Ashbury, headed down toward Depew. And it's a pretty good sized pothole, about a foot in from the curb. If you could, I think probably since that's going to get worked on later once construction's all done, if just to get a patch of some
we'll get it
sort to keep it
patched.
with that, I'd appreciate that. And finally, the one that I've had several people talk to me about, and I think you guys are planning to do repaving on 199 next year.
You talking about the Long Hill ramps?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, where you come off of
Yep, it's
a long hill and you hit the bottom there, and it's like it's.
Yeah, we've passed
It's
it.
great. I know you've passed it once or twice, and it just seems to be like a ripple, and everybody has difficulty controlling the car when they hit that.
Yeah, we've got it in the full paving schedule for next year.
Okay.
So they'll be paving the ramp and the main line through
Okay.
there. And we're just keeping an eye on it.
Okay.
We'll patch it as
If you
necessary.
just keep it as best you can.
It's,
so we
it's
get
right
it.
in that wheel path where,
Yeah.
there's a lot of torsion there.
Yeah.
Between the pavement and the wheels, so.
Yeah. It gets to be exciting. Traffic is a little heavy.
Good afternoon. I have several things. One, I was curious, I see where the crosswalk for Windsor Mead Way and Monticello Marketplace was submitted on 12/19/25, completed by 7/9/26, and yet Jamestown Road, or Jamestown High School, where high school students are constantly running across to try to divert traffic. Their school starts 7:15 in the morning, so, depending on the time of the year, it's not the best lighting out there. And they've got to go to 2028 before there's a crosswalk put in. So I was curious, I understand Monticello is a very busy road, but I was wondering if there was any data where how many people were walking across Windsor Mead Way and Monticello Marketplace compared to how many people, because not only is it Jamestown High School students, but it's also numerous people that are walking to the Green Springs Trail. And so it is just, I don't know how familiar you are, but I live out there, and it's people that just darting for their lives as they try to get across so I just really would like some more information about why that got put so far down.
Well, it's just the process for building it. That's different because that's being built out as a project for funding purposes. The Windsor Mead in Monticello was actually, that study was at the request of the county. They asked us to look at it and get traffic engineering to perform that study.
So the county did not ask about Jamestown High School?
That
'Cause I thought-
project was started before my time. The development for it started before my time. I can definitely look into some of the history on it,
Okay.
but right now I can just give you the current status.
Okay, yeah, I would just appreciate some further information on that. I did want to thank you for the bike lane cleanup on Jamestown Road, because I know that's a lot of bikers use our bike lanes and they get very heavy with debris during spring and all of that. So I know that's something that we have to constantly stay on. I'm also worried about Pine Dell. I appreciate that the snow removal took precedent, but I hear from, I mean, you know, because you just got forwarded something very recently. People are very concerned about that. Green Springs, there are some pretty significant potholes out on Green Springs Road in several places. So I was just curious if maybe I could find out if those potholes could be attended to, but also if I could find out when that might be in line for some repaving. I'm not sure on that.
So I can certainly get the potholes taken care of.
Okay.
Our pavement schedules, we put together about a year and a half out.
Okay.
We did receive a work request inquiring about it. We do not currently have it in our system for consideration, but that data collection is being done. So when we break down and do our priorities, we do have lane mile targets, we do have funding targets that we have to meet. So we're looking at payment ratings, we're looking at all these things when we prioritize and see. So I can't give you a straightforward answer and say, yes, we'll put Green Springs Road on there, but we're collecting the data. It will be in our pavement management system, and it will be part of what we consider for our, we did FY '27 January of last year. So we're currently working on FY '28 paving schedules.
All right. And then Brickbat Lane, I was approached yesterday about the possibility of bike lane going on Brickbat Lane. And I know I'm assuming that that's one of the lanes in the county it's very narrow. I don't know how much easement is there in order to do something like that. But then I was surprised, and this may be a county, but it was brought up because a citizen that lives on there was a race recently, and Brickbat was the way to get from Centerville maybe out to Chickahominy Riverfront Park, which would not have been the route that I would have taken bicycles because it's too narrow, it's hard to see. So, which is why the citizen was asking about the bike lanes. But I'll follow up with the county on that one as well. And then my last one, I'd also sent you some that citizens had reached out to me with some concerns in the on the neighborhood off of Green Springs, just making sure that there were some previous sinkholes. I think Jason sent that to you.
Fernbrook, yes.
Fernbrook, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
Yep, my area headquarters superintendent, apparently I spoke to him. He said he has talked to the HOA president at some point.
Okay.
That they have some work that they're scheduled to do out there.
Great. And then, of course, I just hope that we will hear something about Centerville and Route 5 in a positive way. So.
And just so you know, I did have some additional small flex posts installed there to tighten
you.
those gaps up.
Thank you.
Just until that project gets rolling.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Gentry, first let me thank you for the detailed information you provided today. It really is helpful to get all this information. Just ask maybe if we could get it a day or two earlier, would be helpful, so we might be able to focus a little bit more on some questions we have.
Tell me when you want it and I'll have it for you.
Great, thank you. And thank you very much I know we had a little miscommunication about the dirt that was on the entrance to Skiffs Creek Terrace, but I understand that's been taken care of now.
So they were out there sweeping this morning. I got some pictures this afternoon.
Great.
And as they're taking pictures, here comes a truck rolling, kicking debris all out.
Of course, naturally.
So it is one of those things. It's like chasing your
Yeah,
tail.
I know.
It'll sweep it and it'll be back.
Yeah,
So
I know it's a
yeah, it's
never-ending
just one
challenge.
of those things we have to watch.
Yeah, there's. I wonder if we could get some investigation of whether coming from the Williamsburg winery area, the vineyards on Lake Powell Road toward Brookwood, that where it narrows down right around Rolling Woods Drive. The speed limit signage is great. Thank you for the work that VDOT did in putting up some additional signage to remind people to slow down there. But coming from the upper end of Lake Powell there, it could really use a reminder that the speed limit is dropping beyond, just another warning sign there. We had that terrible accident a couple of years ago, and it's always a place where, there are challenges because the road really can't accommodate some of the speeds that folks are traveling there. And thanks for all the information on things that are happening in Pocahontas, along Pocahontas Trail. I did want to just suggest that and I know you're conscious of this, but just kind of to underscore the idea that some of our older subdivisions, which really don't meet the kind of classic suburban subdivision descriptions that we have nowadays, really have not had a lot of attention focused on them in recent years. I'm thinking places like Magruder Heights and James Terrace, and it would. I certainly hope we'd be able to get a chance to look there. I think you actually maybe had done some work not too long ago, a little farther down toward Moses Lane and Orange as you come off of 199 on 143. So I appreciate that government road area. And I think beyond that, again, just I do appreciate the effort that you've put in, and I know that we're a pretty demanding area in terms of wanting to get a lot done, and I know that you've got some constraints, but it's important to us that we have a great working relationship, and I appreciate the attention you've been showing as you start your new position here.
Absolutely. If it's important to y'all, it's important to me.
Great.
That's my role. Just to clarify though, on Lake Powell Road,
Yes.
You requested reduce speed limit signage, or you asking me to look at reducing the current speed?
The speed limit has been reduced. No, I'd like just to sort of give another warning, because there's a lot of tree cover there, and the road winds a bit, so it's sometimes hard for people to, focus on the idea that they really need to slow down as they go through that section.
Just want to make sure I got it right.
Great, thank you. Anything else for Mr. Gentry? Okay, thanks so much.
You're welcome. I'll see y'all Thursday evening.
Sir.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Stevens, who's going to put on his other hat as the chairman of the HRTFA to introduce our next topic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It's my pleasure to introduce our presentation on a potential live performance venue. In addition to being your county administrator, I'm also chair of the Historic Triangle Recreational Facilities Authority, or HTRFA. In 2023, the city of Williamsburg asked the HTRFA to study what a live performance venue for our community might look like and what the facility would cost. Today, we're here to talk about the history of the project, the need, desire for such a facility in our communities, and to provide a recommendation on what we believe would best fit this need. It is not a recommendation to proceed or not proceed. It's just if you were to build one, this is what we believe would fit the need. We spent about 18 months researching facilities, talking with performance venue designers, and creating a 35% design that provides a significant level of detail and a realistic cost estimate. Our presentation includes operating expenses and revenue projections, but it does not include a recommendation on how to fund the construction of the facility. Our intent today is to inform our communities on what could be built and begin a public discussion around this project. The HTRFA board heard a similar presentation at their July meeting, and we are scheduled to present this to the Williamsburg City Council in August and the York County Board of Supervisors in September. We are not recommending any action from you today, but please don't hesitate to ask questions or make comments as we go along. We'll be happy to try to entertain those and answer those as we can. At this time, I would like to recognize our HTR Executive Director, Dana Youst, and ask her just to stand for just a moment. I appreciate her support with the Greater Williamsburg Sports and Events Center, and then as we move on to discussing this project as well. And I'd like to ask Rick Hibbert to come to the podium. Rick is a member of our design build team, and he will take you through the presentation. And if you have questions, we will look to Rick to answer most of those questions. So Rick, thanks for being here.
Mr. Chair, members of the board and county administrator, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. It's exciting. I can remember 2.5 years ago standing here at this very podium talking about the Sports Center and giving a similar presentation. And I want to thank each and every one of you, and as well as the former board members that had the vision and the support to see that project come to reality. If you haven't had the chance to get over there and see it, I would highly recommend it. I had the privilege last week of watching my kids do basketball camp and play at the Adventure Gym, and it was really a full circle moment for me. I'm a resident of James City County. I live in Stonehouse, and so I look forward to the future of utilizing that facility and the benefits that can come from that. But today, we're going to talk about another exciting milestone, and that milestone is about the live performance venue. As Mr. Stevens mentioned, there's been a lot of work and effort that's gone into this, and there's a history about this project as well. I'm going to try to make sure I push the right button here. All right. So before we talk about where we're at, I do want to talk about how we got here, and I think it's relevant to the conversation. There's a lot going on this timeline, but the points I want to make is that from 1960s, the 70s, and the 80s, there has been a strong desire for a live performance venue in the Williamsburg region. These groups that have been a voice of this process date back to the 60s and 70s with the formation of Virginia Regional Ballet, the Williamsburg Symphony Orchestra, and many other groups. Throughout the 90s and the early 2000s, several studies were done, primarily led by these local groups to try to figure out what the community could need and what that would look like. And those studies all came back as the greater Williamsburg area needs a live performance venue. And so as we move forward, the advocates for a live performance venue, which is a group that has been around in different names and different forms since 1996, but that is now what they are officially called, are represented by many of the groups listed here, as well as other groups that are not listed. In fact, a lot of those representatives are here today to learn more about the project and voice their support for it. We live in a community that has a lot of rich cultural arts history and a wide variety of events and performances that are provided. And the one thing that is lacking is a true state-of-the-art facility for them to perform in. And so that's what we're here to talk about today. A quick timeline on the current rendition of the live performance venue. This project was considered as part of our original submission for the Sports Center development. When we submitted the original master plan, we looked at the whole site and the whole future of the development, not just the Sports Center. Most of these venues today are looking at how to provide ancillary development and other entertainment around these sports centers to increase and enhance the offerings that are there. In December of 2023, City Council directed the authority to study the LPV. Our group, as a design build team, did that work during 2024, and we completed it in 2025, January of 2025. At that time, the project was put on hold as discussions around the localities centered around budgets and some constraints that may or may not have been during that time. So we come to today where we have provided the design in a way that we can present to the community and hopefully get some feedback. It's the same design build team that provided the services on the Sports Center. We did add some of the nation's leading consultants with theater consulting and also with operations management to try to provide this facility in the highest quality that we possibly could. So as we look at the interim agreement, I do want to touch base on the master plan that we submitted as part of the original submission in 2022. It's a little hard to read on this, but you can see the Sports Center in its original location. It ended up moving south a little bit of this, but in the center of that is a music venue. So we saw as part of the master development an opportunity to create something that would complement the Sports Center and provide other offerings for the community as well as visitors. So the new program includes a 68,000 square foot indoor performance center with 1,000 seats and 1,700 general admission. So if there is an event where it's standing room only, it can hold up to 1,700 people. The outdoor is a 90,000 square foot outdoor amphitheater with a capacity of 5,000. Both facilities have their own stages, but they share back of house. We were given a challenge by the design committee to design a facility that would have indoor and outdoor capabilities, and the indoor space could host amplified and unamplified performances. And that was a big challenge. I've toured dozens of these across the country to research. I have never seen to date something like what we've designed here. It's a challenge to have a facility that can do a rock concert on a Friday night and do a piano recital on a Sunday afternoon. But we have designed something that will do just that. The current site plan includes the sports center in its new location as built today. In the middle of this site plan includes the indoor facility and the outdoor amphitheater. And then you can also see some of the existing structures on the site, including the visitor center, the group arrivals building, and the Woodlands Hotel. Through our design, as well as the sports center design, we tried to save as much of the existing parking as we could to reduce costs and environmental impacts. Just a closer look at the site plan with the indoor facility and the amphitheater. At this current design, it does not have a retaining wall. It has a berm to allow for green space and use during the week when it may not be being used for performances. This is a look at the first floor plan. The center of the building includes the performance hall with 750 seats. 500 of those are portable seats. We are proposing not plastic fold-out chairs, but actual portable theater chairs to enhance the user's experience there. And then we have 250 fixed seats in a tiered system to help with line of sights. The blue area is the front of the house. It includes restrooms, lobby spaces, food and beverage point of sales, as well as restrooms. The gray area is back of house, so everything that's needed to support a performance or an event, including load in, load out, office spaces, hospitality rooms, dressing rooms, and the food and beverage area. Upstairs, we move up to see 250 more fixed seats. We've got VIP areas, including VIP boxes. We have VIP donor lounges and a VIP donor balcony that overlooks the amphitheater. Now, one of the unique components of this facility is it shares all the back of house. So instead of designing and building a full amphitheater and a full indoor performing arts center, we've designed it in such a way that you can save a lot of money and also help with operations by having shared back of house spaces. And it is a substantial cost savings when you factor out trying to build two different venues. Going to the third level, not very exciting, but it is the catwalk area, the galley, and the seal. Again, this facility is designed, as you see in the next diagram, in the cross section of the building, to do anything from a theatrical production to a rock concert to a speaking event to the elementary school orchestra concert. And it is a very unique venue in that nature, and it's been designed in a way that can accommodate flexibility and diversity. So now the exciting part, what the building looks like from the outside and the inside. The facility has complements the sports center. It uses a lot of the same materials. Obviously, the same design team designed this facility, but it was created in a way that's unique to itself and in a way that complements what it is there to do. Little neat fact, the louvers in the upstairs glass area, that is computation design, and it was done to fife and drum music to provide musical notes as you look at it. So just a little note to our history and the colonial Williamsburg component of this project. As you walk into the building, this is the front lobby space, the grand entrance. This area can be used for receptions, art exhibits. It's large enough to do a number of different kinds of events in here. Going inside the performance theater, again, the challenge was create a venue that could do a wide variety of programming. So you could do a rock concert on a Friday night, or with a little bit of lighting change, a piano recital on a Sunday, or the Williamsburg Symphony Orchestra. The sound in this facility has been designed to be top-notch. When we interviewed stakeholders, that was one of the top priorities, was sound. They wanted Williamsburg to be known for for the facility and the sound that comes from it. So this venue doesn't need amplification when it comes to a symphony or a theatrical performance. It can provide it if needed, but it does not need it. It can provide sound by itself. And then this is a unique perspective of the outdoor amphitheater looking from the Sports Center balcony. So if you were standing on the balcony, this is the view that you would have overlooking the outdoor amphitheater, and you can see the outdoor balcony for the live performance venue in the foreground. So quickly to hit on schedule, budget, and financial projections. We've completed up to 35% design. There's still a lot to be done and a lot to be considered, but we have about 6 more months of design work to finish, and then construction. Because it's design build, we can overlap and compress that schedule so we can actually start construction before design is complete. And then we have about 22 to 24 months of overall construction timeline. So we believe with the design build process, we can finish this project in about 24 months. Total budget, we're looking at just over $83 million. That includes the entire facility, the interim agreement fees that have already been paid. So that money could in theory be pulled out of the 83, but we just wanted to give a totality of the numbers. And then the theater equipment and the food and beverage equipment. A lot of times the owner will supply this. These are two very important and critical parts of this facility. So our design build team has provided projections and numbers on cost estimates for those equipments. Okay, so our design was not just based on our thoughts or even our experiences. It was based on projections and data. The Advocates for a Live Performance group actually contracted with Victus Advisors, who did much of the work with the Sports Center, to analyze the market demand, the financial feasibility, and the economic impact analysis for a live performing arts and entertainment venue. And those metrics came back and showed that the building itself could support 83 total events and 140,000 annual attendees. This was primarily geared toward local use with a little bit of regional use because, of course, the Advocates for a Live Performance group are made up of primarily local organizations. Looking at hotel room nights, it projects to produce about 8,000 new room nights. These are new to the community, and about $17 million in total economic output. They also looked at tax revenue generation. I do need to make a clarification here. 2 weeks ago when we presented to the authority, we had some older numbers that we have then updated on this that was done in the early spring of 2025. So these are the current updated numbers. They're a little bit more conservative in their tax revenue projections, but you can see here the city of Williamsburg is just under 104,000. James City County is 173, and York County is 172. I will also say these are 2024 numbers. They do not include the new taxes, whether it's the mills tax increase in the city or admissions tax. So we are working with Victus to provide us a proposal to update those numbers. And then from an operating pro forma, Victus projects that this facility will operate in the black, primarily due to the commercial nature of the facility, both indoor and outdoor. And so that's exciting to see that the consultants are projecting that this will operate without loss or subsidies for operations. So Visit Williamsburg wanted to further this study. So last year, they contracted with Victus to look at multi-day opportunities. And what they saw in their research was that the music and live performance industry has changed since COVID. People are really going out looking for a different type of experience. No longer are they going to a concert and driving home after. They want to come, they want to see the community, they want to partake in the other attractions and amenities that communities have. And I'll give you a perfect example. My family a couple years ago went to the Lainey Wilson concert in Wilmington, North Carolina. We had a blast. The kids loved it. But we went down and stayed Friday and Saturday night because we wanted to go to the Battleship. We wanted to go to the beach. And we made it a whole weekend. So we are a part of these trends and the way that the market is going. We see it with Williamsburg Live that we have here every summer. So with that, Victus analyzed if we did 4 annual multi-day events, 6 annual multi-day events, or 12 annual multi-day events, looking at a conservative model, a middle-of-the-road model, and a more aggressive model. And you can see the tax revenue increases with those, which is significant, primarily because people are coming in for multiple days, they're staying in hotels for multiple days, and they're eating and they're shopping around our community. So in most cases, we're seeing double the projections from the original study. And these are total, so these are 2024 numbers as well as 2025 numbers. And then they wanted to look at hotel room nights. So from a 4 annual event perspective, they're looking at another 7,500 projected room nights. These are in addition to the ALPV study, upwards of 18,000 depending on how many annual events you can have there. So significant increases in hotel room night generation. And here you can see the 2024 study, as well as those projections, and also the total economic output projections for multi-day events. All right, so the next is a video, and this video originally was produced by the city of Williamsburg for a very specific audience. And since then, we have taken the video and tried to adjust it a little bit more. But what I want all of us to think about as we hear Williamsburg or the city, I want us to think regionally, and because that's really what this message is the regional cooperation of the 2 counties in the city. We've seen a precedent for that with the schools and the libraries, and now the Sports and Entertainment Center. And so that is, it's exciting to see that happen. And so I'll play the video and close it out. A little bit louder if we can.
And national acts, enhancing Williamsburg's performing arts offerings even further. At the newly art, seeing the opportunities that come with a modern venue designed to showcase exceptional. A live performance venue provides Williamsburg's brilliant performing artists the stage they not only need but deserve.
So I gotta think with the video, we didn't cue up the sound right. I think the audience can't hear the sound right. Then I think we skip it. Sorry about that. We'll share that video and get it on our website so it's there following this presentation and can be heard. I do think it's good representative, and I think it's a nice video for people to see, and sorry we didn't have that worked out for today. You certainly can watch it. You wanna let it run? That's, board, you have a opinion
Sounds
of
like
that,
the
Mr. Chair?
audience wants to see it, so.
About 5 minutes, 10 minutes or less.
Just let it
All right, I guess let it run.
this.
Sound, lighting, stage, seating, tents for the coverage. We have tents for the dressing rooms. We need to bring in the generators for electricity, water, porta-johns, food trucks, all of the infrastructure that's necessary to do a live performance event. This is the infrastructure that we would need in a permanent location that would enable us to continually to grow Williamsburg Live from just not one weekend, but multiple performances throughout the summer months here. And then the hybrid venue, which would have an indoor performance arts venue attached to the outdoor amphitheater, would enable both venues to program year-round and bring more events to the city and grow the market.
We've been looking for a quality space for the community and for the region and for national attraction to expand what we've already got here in terms of audience. That's really the vision. Rob Cross from the Virginia Arts Festival, he's well known, he brings national people, and I know he wants to come here. The Virginia Symphony would like to come here. Small jazz groups have spoken to us and saying, oh, we'd really like to be part of that because we would love to perform in Williamsburg. Our vision is to just be a cultural home for diverse things that we don't have space for now.
The Virginia Regional Ballet uses several of our theaters, depending on our performance. We, of course, have been doing the Nutcracker for 40 years now. We've moved our Nutcracker to the Ferguson Center in Newport News, where we can have a large audience and an orchestra. The limitations of the current spaces are, one, the orchestra pit, and two, the main thing is the number of audience members' seats that are in the theater. It is hard to make a profit with the low number of seats and trying to keep it economically friendly to our patrons. I think having a beautiful live performing arts venue that has an orchestra pit and has a fly rail and can seat 1,000 people in a beautiful lobby just will elevate the whole experience. When you go to see a performance like the Nutcracker, it's not just coming to see a show, it's getting dressed up, it's making plans, it's going to dinner or lunch afterwards, and then having a little cocktail after the performance. And it's a thing where people, families bond and create memories when they're going to the theater.
A great performance venue has its own vibe, and it develops a reputation in the artistic community. The performers want to go somewhere that has great acoustics. They want to go somewhere that recordings can be made and enjoyed. When we think about a new performance venue here, we also think about a multi-use performance venue. And it would be a groundbreaking type of place. People would leave after a wonderful experience, but they would also say, wow, that place was gorgeous. It had cachet, it had great sound, it had great concessions, the parking was wonderful, and guess what? It was in Williamsburg.
A live performance venue in the heart of Williamsburg is an investment in the arts and in our community's cultural vitality. It will create opportunities for our gifted performers while elevating Williamsburg's status as a top-tier cultural destination. With your support, we can invest in a space that reflects our commitment to culture, to community, and to a thriving Williamsburg art scene. Please consider becoming part of the dream. Thank you.
Sorry for the technical difficulties there. Just in closing, I'd like to say that this project's more about, it's more than constructing another venue. It's about completing a vision that has been pursued for decades. It's about creating opportunities for our local arts community, It's about attracting new visitors, generating economic activity, supporting local businesses, and enhancing the quality of life for residents. Most importantly, it's about investing in an asset that future generations will enjoy and benefit for decades to come. We believe this venue has the potential to become one of the defining cultural and entertainment destinations in Virginia, and we look forward to working with you to make that vision a reality. So thank you, and I'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
I don't think I have any questions per se. I actually did have one question. Do you see this talks about building it all at the same time? Do you see any benefit to building one and then building, say you build the indoor first and then build the outdoor secondly? Or do you think in order to get the full, it needs to be all at one time?
I think to get the full cost savings, yes, because every year it goes by, construction costs go up, as we've seen. But we have analyzed that and we've looked at it. The best way to do it would probably, in this scenario, be the indoor facility first, because you're going to need that back of house space for either venue. And so building the back of house for the amphitheater and then trying to build the indoor facility is going to be pretty challenging. But the indoor facility could be built, and then the outdoor facility could also be built as well, which the amphitheater does cost some money. There's a lot of earthwork that has to be done with that. So that is one way to face the project for sure.
And so are there any, I was talking to my daughter about this, my youngest daughter, that I guess there's been one recently that has been an outdoor that has been facing a lot of noise complaints. We are not, that area is not really, there's no residential there. There is a hotel, but have we done any sound sort of studies there at all, or?
Absolutely. So the way that the facility is designed accounts sound, where the sound is being projected to, as well as lighting. So the sunlight setting at the evening is an impact on performers and spectators. So the way we've positioned it's not going towards the historic district. We didn't want to impact that, and it's currently being pointed away from any residential neighborhoods. So we did take that into consideration as we designed the facility.
What about, so you've named several arts groups that are very supportive. Typically, there are some benefactors in arts groups. Have there been any benefactors that have been, are you looking at just the 3 localities for the financial support, or will we try to go out and find some private donors that might be interested in supporting an endeavor like this as well?
Yeah, and I'll speak on behalf of the knowledge that I have. I know
that might be better for Scott.
Yeah, but working with the live performance group that I have, the Advocates for a Live Performance Venue, for over 3 years now, they are very passionate about this, and they are ready and committed to going out and helping to raise money for this, whether that be for capital costs or whether it be for operations and endowment opportunities. I think there's different ways to look at that, and there's track records of other venues doing either capital or endowments for long term. And so they're ready and they're willing. Part of their struggle was not having this. So now there's visuals that can be taken out and shown to benefactors and potential donors. And I know they're itching and ready to go. They're probably back there smiling as I'm saying that. But yes, I do believe that there are opportunities for private donations, and I think people will get behind this.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for your work on this, and thank you for your work on the Greater Williamsburg Sports and Events Center. It was packed this past weekend for the Home Expo, which really, one day I'll stop choking up when I drive in the parking lot, but I don't know if that'll be anytime soon. So
yeah, no, absolutely.
Anyway.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Well, I had a couple of questions as well. First, obviously, you projected that this would be able to operate in the black. Was that operational costs and revenue, or does that also include the cost of construction?
Not include debt service on the building, just operationally speaking.
And so I would assume that, again, given the location, that the city would have to take the lead in terms of addressing this question. Have they indicated a willingness to play that kind of a role?
It's maybe not a question for me, just only because, I've had conversations and I think there's definitely interest there. And this is something that the city, really wants to see happen. So we present, as Mr. Stevens said, we presented them on August 10th. So we'll kind of get a feedback from where their perspective is.
And I did also just want to kind of get a sense from Mr. Stevens about what stage we're in here, because I do want to underline the fact that we're getting a presentation here today to provide us with information about this venue, and I want to make it clear to the community that a decision has not been made by James City County, and that the process that would be required would involve opportunities for public input, for efforts to ask questions and address the questions that may still be out there about the ability of the facility to sustain itself and so forth. Obviously, the film provides a very beautiful, clear sense. We know that there's a lot of interest in providing a venue, but there's some practical considerations and some concern among citizens that who felt maybe that they wanted to have a fuller view of the process for what I think almost everybody is now finding to be an exceptional facility in the Sports and Event Center, but that they want to make sure that they are part of the process of examining this proposal.
And Chairman Grant, you're absolutely right. Our presentation today is really just talking about if you built something, this would be what we think would fit the most of the demand in our community and serve it very well. It is not a recommendation to build it at this time. It is just starting public discussion. The city has really talked about this for a little longer than James City County has, and York County is very similar to us. They have not heard much about it. This is our full presentation to our board, and our intent was to visit each locality, make this presentation, provide the information, and see what the community response is. And I think that would dictate where we go. There isn't a timeline on making a decision. I think it is something we put out there and have some public discussion around it, and then see where it ends up in 3, 6, 9, 12 months from now.
Any other questions or comments?
A couple of questions for you. I was looking at some of the slides because well, first of all, this was a 35% design process, and it was initiated by the city. Was the funding for that process done totally by the city?
I believe so. I believe that's
Yes, sir. It
correct.
came,
Okay.
the HGRFA did it, but it was with funding from the city.
Funding from the city, okay. The second one is there were two different spots, I think on slide 33 and 37. We can get answer later, but I noticed that one of them talked about the tax benefits to each of the jurisdictions, and I think my slide originally, I think it said 173. It looks like it's 227. Was that where you had adjusted the figures? So it was 227,000 for James City County. But then there was a couple, 3 or 4 slides later, you talked about the Visit Williamsburg assessment of what additional, and that I assume that these are additional events that Visit Williamsburg would be trying to organize in addition to the 83 that you had projected.
Correct.
And that incremental tax benefit was significantly greater. And I'm trying to understand why 83, gives you X, and so many more gives you a much greater figure. So, trying to understand exactly what kind of tax return in tax revenue would be to the city or to the county if this project went forward, versus what we would have to invest in it to make it work. So, that if you could. Maybe provide through Scott some, a little more detail on that for us. I think that would be very helpful for me in looking at it.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Eisenhower, I do believe, and Rick needs to correct me, this included the original study, impacts, and then adding those events on top. So it wasn't that 173,000 plus. It was total.
That was incremental included in. So
it was included in, but it still was significant.
It
for the
is.
county.
Even with that being counted in, that's still a significant increase.
Correct.
And
It
I'm
was
just-
significant for the locales. It went from about $1 million to $1.5 million, depending on number of events. And I think in terms of conversation, it was, if you have a local event, many of the local performers, that you will draw some from the outside, but many of us are here. These multi-day kind of events will draw people from around us that, and I've talked to a few that if they have an event in Richmond, they'll go spend the weekend in Richmond for a concert event. Well, the idea is you'd bring them here so they would come and stay here, and I think that's why you get such a bigger impact. The other piece relative to the sports center, and I've really struggled some with that revenue projection over expenses, is the sports center is open every day for a number of hours, whether there are people there or not. These facilities, when you open them, it's because you have an event and something's paying revenue. So you don't have their operating costs, I believe, don't run the same as the sports center being open really all day long, whether anybody's there or not. They're only open when you have a venue and an event going on there. So we can get you more detail than that, but that second chart you alluded to, it is in the presentation. We can print it a little bigger and sort of let you have some time to think through that. Again, they do not include debt service. So it's not anything related to building of the facility, but operationally it appears that it would do very well.
Any other questions? Comments?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You.
We'll move on in just a minute. We are getting to the consent calendar. We have 18 exciting items here. You might want to stick around. I don't know.
You got a giggle.
Exciting.
All right, let's move on to the consent calendar. Consent calendars consists of items that are thought not to be controversial. If any member wishes to pull any item for further discussion, we can do that. But otherwise, we will vote on the consent calendar en bloc. Okay, so we begin with acceptance of funds, $2,165 Virginia forfeited assets sharing program. And second is authorization to purchase 10 police vehicles for $456,101. Third item is authorization of salary increase. Number 4 is authorizing submission of a federal home loan bank affordable housing program grant application. We have a contract award of $948,853 for the Moores Phase 1 site preparation. Number 6 is contract renewal, $872,975 and 82 cents for Microsoft Enterprise Software Agreement. You'd think they'd round it up or down one way or another. Contract renewal for $270,157.50 for Eagle View for oblique aerial imagery. Number 8 is dedication of Hitchens Lane in the Walnut Grove subdivision. Number 9 is dedication of the streets in the Michelle Point subdivision. Number 10 is a grant award of $65,000 for the behavioral health doctor. Docket, I'm sorry.
That's
docket.
okay.
Number 11 is a grant award of $50,319 from the Commonwealth of Virginia, Virginia Domestic Violence Victims Fund. Number 12 is a grant award, $195,382 for the Commonwealth Attorney's Office Violence Witness Assistance Program. Number 13 is a grant award of $80,113 for life return to localities fund. Number 14 is a grant award of $36,000 for radiological emergency preparedness. Number 15 is a grant award of $472,510 for Virginia Department of Fire Protection Fund. Number 16 is a grant award of $47,957 Virginia Opioid Abatement Authority, Colonial Behavioral Health Historic Triangle Drug Prevention Coalition. Number 17 is a granting of utility easement for the Consolidated County Government Complex. And finally, number 18 is minutes adoption. Does anybody wish to pull any of these 18 items? And let me thank those who have come here in attendance to answer questions if anybody may have them, Commonwealth's Attorney and others who have spent some time.
I
here.
move to accept.
Move to approve the consent calendar. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion
Well, that
carries.
takes care of a big part of our program here. We now move on to board discussions, and the very first discussion is senior and disabled tax exemption. And we have with us our Commissioner of Revenue, Richard Bradshaw.
Mr. Chair, I think the commissioner is here. I don't know if there's a presentation. It was really just a follow-up to the conversations we had in June and maybe desires the board would have in terms of raising the amount that we would exempt and or changing the criteria for a future year.
And just as a reminder, the current exemption stands at,
The current exemption amount is the first $150,000 of value on the home.
thank you, Mr. Can you give us an indication of how much we are abating by this program?
I believe that was in the presentation that we did last time. I'll be honest with you, I do not have that number right off the top of my head.
I think you mentioned about a half a million.
Somewhere around that.
Really what we want to talk about today is question, first of all, of whether we want to raise that amount of a home that would be exempt from the taxation. And then secondly, if we want to provide some indication to Mr. Bradshaw of whether we want to take any other action in terms of changing the income level of qualification. We can do the former immediately, I understand, but the latter, we would certainly want to make clear that for the next year.
At this point, it is too late to make an adjustment to the qualifications for the current cycle, because those applications are already in. We can obviously make an adjustment to the value of the exemption, because those have not been applied yet.
Right.
But as far as the qualifications, it is a little late for doing that for this cycle. However, this is the ideal time to do it for the next cycle.
So I wonder if we could have any questions for Mr. Bradshaw?
I was curious, if you don't mind, if we were to change this one, 100 on the first 150,000, and let's say we just picked 200,000. Could you give us not off the cuff here, but later on, if you will, an estimate of how much that would affect the revenue that we would be foregoing? Because right now we're foregoing about $500,000. If we raise that, would that bring it up another $250,000 or what? I'm trying to get a feel for what when we do that, how that affects.
Well, the absolute most that would do is right now, if we're doing, if we're having about $500,000 going at $150,000 and we raise it to $200,000, that would be an additional $170,000, 1/3 more.
Okay, 1/3 more.
Again, that is not to say that that's what the amount would be, because it would probably be something less than that, because
And
many
can-
of these homes are not valued particularly high.
Yeah, I was going to say, looking at, if we were to look at the other qualification criteria, those are something we could come back to.
First off, it has to be primary residence of the applicant. At least one owner resident must be either over age 65 and/or permanently and totally disabled. Total household income from all sources currently has to be less than $55,000. And total assets, not including the home and up to 10 acres of land, has to be less than $200,000. Those assets would include stocks, bonds, bank accounts, balance in an IRA fund, any type of asset of that sort.
So this would be a time for us to, would we actually take action today on raising the exemption? Or would that be something we'd put on our September?
I think for Mr. Bradshaw, for me, I'd bring it to a resolution in September, but.
The real estate book does have to be posted by the first, has to be delivered by the 1st of September.
So if we want to change the.
If you want to change the exemption, you'd either want to do it this month or sometime in August, so that we can get that squared away. And
we don't
make
need
Mr.
those
Kinsman
adjustments.
Mr. Kinsman is shaking his head. I probably need to let him weigh in.
I'll defer to the commissioner, but I think that's in section 20-11 of the county code. Says the first 150,000, so you'd have to amend the county code. So we'd have to do a public hearing on that.
Do a public hearing? It sounds as if we can't really adjust for this coming year. Is that inaccurate?
We'd have to advertise, so I can't get it to you until your first meeting in September.
Okay. Well, so
We could probably still accommodate that.
Oh, okay.
If the board, if that's what you want to do, again.
That first meeting, I think, would be September 8th.
September 8th.
All right. You could accommodate that?
We can still accommodate that.
So can I have some indication of whether board members are in favor of increasing that exemption, and to what number?
Yeah, I would be very interested in increasing it and looking at, so I was just doing some quick research. I think it would behoove us to dig into the numbers a little bit more. But according to Zillow, which I'm sure is not full numbers, in the last 2 years, our median home prices increased $36,000. So I think if we can try to gauge kind of where the market has gone in the last couple of years, put a buffer for the next couple of years, because as we all know, it's not slowing down in our area. So I think just instead of picking a number out of thin air, just look at what the burden has been increased. Because of course, with those percentages, that's where the taxes increase. And so I would be very comfortable in moving it between 175 and 185, maybe even more. But yeah, not over 200. I don't know that we would want to go over 200.
I would think we could do two, if we could do 200 on that, then that would be the one thing we could do for the rest of this year. And then what we need to come back to is to look at the other income and assets, because I think that you might be able to give us an idea that if we were going to raise the income from 55 to say to 75, what we'd want to do is to get some idea of what that
Unfortunately, until the applications come in, you don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at what our applications are for this year, you see what I'm saying? In other words, if we had applied that with the applications you have for this year, that would give us some feel for it.
Again, we have no idea, because those who are between $50,000 and $75,000 of household income are not going to apply.
Yeah,
recognize that. I would though suggest that.
But that would be, again, would have to go back and look at federal statistics for household income. And I believe Ms. Wainwright mentioned that we are at the $55,000 is very close to 50% of the median income median income for the county.
So for me, I don't like, we've got what's the impact on our budget? We're dealing with no paper here or no information, and I just don't, that's not the way I like to make decisions like about
We
this.
did
So I'm
get-
glad we're coming back to September.
yeah.
But I think, for me, assessments was a big topic at NACO this year. And looking at not just this piece, but looking at when we do, and we can get into that a little later, but I would like us to really do a deep dive on assessments, how we're assessing neighborhoods. Are we assessing them fairly? Are we just doing everybody with a clean sweep? Because I agree, I have no issue with going to making this higher. And we heard that from many of our speakers this year. They were very concerned about how this was, our assessments were impacting those less fortunate. But that does mean someone is going to pick up that bill. We're going to pass that to the other tax, we've got to have the revenue, so we're picking up, we're passing that on. So I think coming back with some information in September about what the different, if we do it at this, what's the impact? And then looking at the income and the assets for next year. When do we need to do that by in order to get that, the income piece and the assessments? Assets, excuse me.
The income and assets, as long as we've got it in time to do our mail-outs in January, we can work with it. So you really do have plenty of time, but you really do want to start thinking about it now.
Yeah.
Ms. Larson, the home value, though, if we were going to advertise for a public hearing, we'd need to know what level we are advertising. So whether the board can get to consensus today on that and give us some direction.
I think we got consensus at 200 for that.
I think we do know what the cost would be at 200,000, a maximum of $170,000, right?
Yeah. Yes, excuse me.
Okay. So we would want to go ahead and direct
Schedule a public hearing?
Publication for a public hearing on an increase in the exempted amount up to raised it to $200,000. Do we need a vote on that?
No, sir, you need a public hearing and vote. Following that, we have a resolution prepared.
Okay.
So then are we putting on an agenda close after that, the income piece and the, okay.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, since Mr. Bradshaw's here, can I ask a question about the meals tax? But yeah, I was curious, because I went through, Monday or Tuesday, and I went through a York County restaurant, and they've raised theirs already, and we were unable to do that, which I
Have a different assessment system. They have a different assessment program.
So is it our software or
It's
what?
our software that would not accommodate it.
Okay. All right, and which some people are really glad about that it's January 1. So I don't want to, but I was just curious why the city was able to do theirs immediately, York County was able to do theirs July 1st.
The city actually did theirs January 1st.
Right.
Which was the beginning of the assessment cycle. So they did not have to change it in mid-cycle.
I think we're missing,
Yeah, I'm
we're
not talking
mixing
about the
two things.
assessments, I'm talking about the sales tax.
Right. They
Or
put
the
the rate
meals
on,
tax.
they put the rate on for the calendar year and did not have to change it in mid-cycle. We would have had to change it in mid-cycle.
Right, but York County was able to do
York
that.
County's software enables them to do that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And we're evaluating our software.
We are, but I'm going to have to defer that to the folks in purchasing and IT at this point.
Okay. Anything else for Mr. Bradshaw? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to the Government Center update.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members, Mr. Stevens, Mr. Kinsman. My name is Brad Ryan. I'm Assistant County Administrator. I'm here to give my monthly update on the new Government Center complex. If you have not driven by there lately, it might be worth taking a look.
Take a ride.
There's a lot going on. They've already poured, in fact, I think today was scheduled to be the third section for the slab pour for the underground podium parking. Little over 50% of the walls have been poured for that lower section. All the columns are there. So it really is. There's a lot going on, and just about everybody I see comes up to me and tells me how fast they're moving along, and they are. It's moving along really, really quickly. Some upcoming milestones I just wanted to mention. August 10th is currently scheduled for the first podium floor. So that will be the roof of the underground parking, or the floor of the first floor Government Center, which is only a couple weeks away. So that's pretty exciting. August 24th, currently we're scheduled to begin work on the lower section of the Rec Center parking lot. And the Rec Center folks are going to be communicating that. There'll be signage out on Ashbury and Long Hill to help those navigate around any detours or changes in that traffic flow. And then this is kind of an exciting day. September 21st is currently programmed for the steel erection to begin. So you'll start actually seeing steel beams going up on site. So there's a lot going on there, and a lot coming in the next few months. Progress on the library CDs and offsite road development continuing. I hope to be bringing you something this fall, maybe at the October board meeting for the first comprehensive agreement for the library, and also for those offsite road improvements that we're planning. We had a meeting yesterday. I just want to mention this, talking about FF&E, whether do an RFP or select folks from an existing contract. I know IT is working on that as well, an RFP process for all the low voltage, security camera, door access types of controls. So there's a lot going on behind that. And Renee, if I could ask you. Oh, okay, then I could have asked Mr. Stevens to maybe pass those out to the folks. I wanted to wait because I don't want you all focusing on this while I was up here talking. So as I'm sure you all know, MVP is our construction manager on this project, and they produce a number of different monthly reports that they provide to myself and other members of the work group. I asked them to come up with a one-page, sort of a quick snapshot summary of things that I would ultimately provide to you, the board, and probably publish on our webpage as well in the Government Center, just kind of showing what's going on at the Government Center site. Be mindful, this is a week old now, so some of the photos that are on there are actually even older than that. Just gives you some updates on the construction status, the contract status. It gives us a schedule health score, so where we are in regards to the proposed schedule on the Government Center. Some of the key activities that are going on site now, some of the upcoming steps and schedules there, some milestones, and then some of the things that MVP is doing currently. And then there's some featured photos. I've passed it around to some staff, gotten some input on it. Might move it to 4 photos instead of 6, so it's a little easier for everybody to see because it is a lot on one page. I'm not asking for any feedback right now unless you want to give it. I'd like you to just take it, look at it, spend some time, and then shoot me an email and let me know if there's something else you would like to see or anything else you want me to talk about at these monthly updates. My goal would be to provide these to you right before these monthly updates, kind of go over what's on there, and then take any questions that you all might have. So that's all I have on the Government Center update. I'll be happy to answer any questions you all have right now.
Questions from?
I don't think so.
I have to come up with a new question to bug you with every meeting.
No GMP question. Yes,
Is the
ma'am.
rec center going to lose any parking spaces?
The Rec Center does lose a few parking spaces. It's either 8 or 13. I'm not sure the number, But it's,
I was just curious because it gets really packed over there.
yeah, the nice thing about the rec center is typically when they do get really packed, it's weekends when they have events
And you
at the
won't be
fields.
open, okay.
And the government center won't be open, so they'll
Okay.
be able to use that for overflow parking.
Chair, members of the board, I would like to mention, we've had certainly a working group of department heads, a lot of staff involvement, but we've earned the title of very involved client from Mr. Reinheimer's and Mr. Holt's efforts. They have spent a ton of time in the details, down to doorknobs and things on the floor, to make sure that we are getting a product that I think we will all be very proud. I know they put a lot of time and effort. There are a number that have, but he and Mr. Holt have put a tremendous amount of time, and I just want to say thank you to that publicly, so thank you.
Wasn't sure if that was a compliment or not at first.
Yeah, I don't know.
When they called us very involved owners.
Yeah,
Yeah, that,
very
we kind of looked at it both ways.
Yeah, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, I took that as a high compliment of our staff looking after our best interests, so.
Good.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Norge Hall, Rick Stewart.
Good afternoon,
Afternoon.
Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Rick Stewart. I'm the Assistant Director of the General Public Works Department. And I am here today with the aim of presenting a brief update regarding the recently acquired Norge Community Hall. Okay, now Renee, you have to help me here.
Oh my,
that
it's
looks
gotten
great.
bigger.
Yeah.
How about that?
Wow.
All right, well, start off with the first slide, a little bit of history. It was built in 1907, sold in 1920 to the Norge Home Demonstration Club. In 1923, the building was moved 25 feet away from Richmond Road. At that time, Richmond Road was a dirt road, one lane. 1950, a kitchen addition was built that increased the facility's square footage to 2,370. In 2025, it was offered as a donation to James City County, and the Board of Supervisors approved acceptance of the donation on September 23rd, 2025.
We do have it on our agenda. We have your PowerPoint.
Okay, awesome, awesome. All right, so then in the next slide, we've got some members of our Parks and Recreation team here today, and with your permission, I'd like to have them come up and talk about the potential uses of this space.
Absolutely.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As Rick mentioned, this, Norge Community Hall has been a staple of the community for over 100 years. As we've been working with Public Works, they've been working on finding ways to get this building back open and running, and Parks and Recreation is going to be the ones that operate the building and rent it out. So just a little background of the previous usage. It's been used for everything for 120 years. It's, like I said, it's a community staple, clubs, community groups. Talking to the previous owners, they were renting it about 200 times a year. And a lot of that was recurring usage. So church groups every week, various clubs, weddings, baby showers, all sorts of different functions. And we would project it to use it the same way as a community building for rentals, similar to what we do. We would probably live somewhere in between Legacy Hall and some of our smaller park and facility meeting spaces. And then in addition, we could use it for additional recreation program space on that side of the county where we don't have as many facilities. And then the other thing that I just, kind of put up here as something that we're thinking about is the capacity. The building has capacity for more, but it is somewhat limited by the existing parking. There's only 20 parking spaces. So that's one of the considerations we're making as Rick gets into some of the improvements of how many people we can safely get in there with that parking situation. We do have opportunities for partnerships with neighboring businesses to expand that back out, but it's just one thing that we're thinking about as we figure a plan on how to operate this building. So.
Next slide, please. Okay. Upon receipt of ownership, the county enlisted the services of a structural engineering firm to inspect the facility. We also hired a company to perform asbestos and lead-based paint surveys. Lastly, the Parks and Recreation Department conducted surveys to determine compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. With your approval, we're suggesting a three-phased approach towards repairing this building. Phase one, as you can see by the picture there, the left side of the building has a rather nice bow to it, curve if you're looking along the gutter line there. So phase one will bring us to the point where we can allow usage. So that includes structural and roof repairs, interior, patching walls and flooring, parking lot striping and stenciling, and the required accessibility upgrades, which are mandated at 20% of the project cost. Estimated cost for phase one is $147,000. Next slide, please. Phase two, this work includes kitchen upgrades. By the way, this would be FY 2028. Kitchen upgrades, replacement of paneling in the meeting hall, bathroom upgrades ×2, and once again, the required accessibility upgrades mandated at 20%. What you're looking at there in the picture is the current paneling and the original pine beadboard paneling that's in there. So the estimated cost of phase two is $119,000. Now on to phase three, 2029. This work includes replacement of the heart pine flooring, lighting and electrical upgrades, parking lot replacement, required accessibility upgrades or finalization of the accessibility upgrades. And currently all of these phases have been priced out as a commercial rehab. An additional $175,000 would be needed should the board choose to switch to a historic renovation approach, which would include restoration of the pine beadboard interior paneling and replacing the main hall flooring with like in kind installed in the same pattern. That flooring is hard pine, harvested from and milled in the Norge area, right there in the Norge area originally. And it's laid in a sunrise and sunset pattern. Thank you, and that's all I have for today, but I'm happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Question about the flooring,
Yes, ma'am.
because it looks beautiful. That's what's in there now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why does it have to come out?
It
Can we
is,
not lightly sand it and urethane it?
no ma'am, as you could
Oh, my God.
imagine, that since 1907, that floor has been sanded multiple times. It's been sanded so much that the nails that are holding it down right now have no heads. So that floor is actually floating in place right now.
It's really sad.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't like that. Okay.
Is your three phases, are they scattered out over 1 or 2 or 3 fiscal years or what?
Three fiscal years.
3 fiscal years.
27,
So
28,
each one of these
29.
would be a fiscal year
Yes, sir.
phase, okay.
Yes, sir.
So I guess my question or my concern is that if I had my druthers, I would like to see phase 1 and 2 done together, especially the kitchen upgrades, because that hall has put on a lot of fundraising for many community organizations. One, American Cancer Society. I mean, they've just raised the community out there is just incredible. And so to have no kitchen for a little bit, it's in fiscal year 28. That's just hard. So 119,000. I don't know if there's any way that we could look for that or find it, but it would be, to me, I just think a kitchen is the essential part of that. And I hate to lose that sunrise, sunset. That is some real craftsmanship, but I understand certainly. And I'm glad to see, somehow I'm getting the idea about why they wanted to give it to us. It needed a little bit of work. But that being said, it is definitely a community treasure, and I would hate to see it leave. So I'm glad, and I appreciate all the work and time that you've given it. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, I don't think you have to make the decision today, but the historic renovation piece, I mean, it is something that we ought to talk about and see, and is it worth the extra funding there to keep the original materials or something like? I mean, you could redo the floor so it looks like the floor, but that's a lot more money than just redoing it with modern wood flooring. So that's something you can make in a future decision. I don't think the structural work, the roofing work, does that have much historical cost one way or the other? So the phase one, that doesn't really matter. The kitchen upgrades, probably not a lot there in terms of that historical kind of materials cost. It really comes back to that main room and the floor. And so you have some time to think about that. We will talk about how do we put the two together. I think we had right around 100,000 this year.
Sir, 105.
So we're a little short of the first phase number. I'd like to get another month or so into the year. We had hoped to reopen that building like now. We had said when we took it last year, we'd hope to have it up now. And then as they got into finding and evaluating, there was just more to be done. But in September, October, I'll know where our year just ended and come back to you with a plan of could you incorporate phase 1 and 2 and do them together and not slow it down a whole lot. So we'll see on that.
And do we have those estimates on the difference in cost? And you mentioned also the paneling on the wall.
Is that any good?
Not firm, not at this point, no, ma'am.
Okay.
So the paneling on the walls is bad too?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, man.
I couldn't tell what that was in that picture at first.
You can't.
When I saw it on my agenda, I was like, what is that?
It's the
Then,
insulation
so,
panel.
all right, thank you.
The old siding, they used to do that, the 45-degree angle stuff.
Diagonal, yes.
So your first estimate will include the evaluation of the asbestos and lead? Is that right?
That's been completed
Or it has
already,
been.
sir.
So,
Yes, sir.
and how bad was the situation in that regard?
Asbestos, only found it in one place. That was in an old abandoned boiler in the basement, and it was just on the corners of the appliance.
The advantage of being pre-asbestos, I suppose.
Yeah,
In lead paint, most of the kitchen has lead paint, most of the trim, but it's not as bad as I would have thought it would have been.
can you work out an estimate of what it would be to do all of it at one time? Because the
Yes, ma'am,
sooner
I'll
we
be-
get it up and running, the sooner we're making money back.
Yes, Mr. We'll look at that. Also, if we did phase 1, it could be open as soon as you do phase 1. The structural piece, the roofing piece, it just wouldn't look as nice. You get the kitchen and the main room, it could be open. There'd be a period of time when you redid the floor, we would have to close it back. But if we got through any of the phase 1, we could then open the building for public use immediately until we needed to close it for the next phase. So
The sooner we get it open, the sooner we make our money back. We get people in there, because this is really important. Thank you. It's my district, and I appreciate this very much. Thank
I
you.
just asked on that third phase where you had the sunrise sunset design, was just replacing it with straight boards or to recreate?
If we were to take the commercial approach, it would probably just be hardwood flooring in a straight run or staggered pattern, not in a sunrise or sunset.
Okay.
Decision needed.
we'll talk through the phasing of it. Some of it could probably go forward while we're trying to incorporate the other, and we'll come back to you with
Thank you very
September
much.
timeframe.
Okay. Now we have expanded polystyrene, EPS. Andrea Case.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Andrea Case. I am the Sustainability Specialist for the county, and I am here to talk about the expanded polystyrene phase-out. The state passed a law that prohibits the use of expanded polystyrene, commonly referred to by its trademark name, Styrofoam. The law phases out Styrofoam in 2 phases. The first phase was effective July 1st, 2025, and applied to all food vendors that had 20 or more locations in Virginia. This date is when you saw large chain restaurants like Chick-fil-A, Tropical Smoothie, and Cookout make the change. The idea behind this approach is that the larger chains can generally accommodate the increased costs of alternatives more readily than your smaller businesses, and that the requirement encourages the free market to respond to the change by making alternatives more accessible and cheaper. The second phase of the law took effect earlier this month on the 1st, when it became effective for all other food vendors. It's important to note that the definition of a food vendor in the code is pretty encompassing. It applies to anyone serving prepared food regularly, so it applies to individuals, organizations, groups, state and local government entities, and schools. The law applies to anyone from a local eatery to our Black History or Recognition committees here in the county. There is no exemption in the law for nonprofits. The law does not, however, specify a type of alternative, allowing food vendors to choose what works best for them. It can be anything from a piece of foil to wrap up the rest of a burrito, a paper plate covered with foil, to a 3-compartment divided clamshell. Moving on to the actions that we have taken to date, the county has been taking action to help those affected navigate this change. Through our participation and work with the Regional Hampton Roads Planning District Commission, we have helped develop educational materials such as a Spotlight Earth video, as well as business resource kits. Anyone affected by the change can go to askhrgreen.org/foam-free to learn more and request a foam-free sample kit. You can choose what items you would like to have included in your kit, with options such as Waste Warrior activity books for kids if you have a sit-down restaurant, to tent cards for your tables, and foam container alternatives. We have a variety of clamshells and craft paper boxes, as well as metal boxes with paper lids that you can pick up to try and see which may work best for the food you are serving. In addition to this resource, some of our Clean County commissioners have visited restaurants to let them know of the law. We have also participated in regional mailings that went to all of our food vendors and churches in the county. The first mailing was a letter that included a rack card advertising the foam-free resource kits, and the second mailing was a postcard, with the reasoning being that if you did not open the letter and read it, you still might view the postcard as you go to recycle it. Clean Virginia Waterways has built upon the work that we have done in the Hampton Roads region and has expanded the foam-free resource kit idea to the rest of the state. They also have foam alternatives, compostable products, and cost comparisons, school cafeteria resources, and outreach resources on their website. There are a couple of items related to implementation of the law for the board to consider. The first deals with exemptions. A locality may grant an exemption if the food vendor demonstrates that compliance would cause an undue economic hardship. The exemption may be granted for no longer than a year, but it may be reapplied for once that timeline is up. From what we have seen with other localities implementing the law, such as York County and the City of Richmond, exemptions are being treated as one-year extensions. So there is a sense that the food vendor will comply with the law, but they do have some extra time in which to come into compliance. There is also an enforcement aspect to this. Citizens may report non-compliant businesses to the county, and we will have to decide what action we may or may not want to take. The law also allows for civil penalties to be assessed by the Attorney General's office. Those fees would then be deposited to the state's Litter Control and Recycling Fund, a portion of which is given to the county as a grant every year to help with our recycling and litter reduction programming. And with that, I will open it up for any questions that you may have.
I wanted to ask a question about what's happening in terms of the supply of these styrofoam containers. Are they still being offered in stores throughout the county?
They are still being offered. So the law does not make any prohibitions on the sale of these containers. Part of that is because I, as a resident, might want to have my family over for Thanksgiving and send them home with leftovers. So it does not apply to anything about the retail sale of styrofoam. It only looks at prepared food coming from food vendors. And then in this area, we do not have something like a restaurant depot or something similar where you might see less styrofoam being stocked because restaurants going to purchase it would not be in compliance unless they had an exemption or an extension granted by their locality.
Maybe we can encourage our local businesses to voluntarily stop selling stuff.
I'll be the first to admit, it was a sad day at Chick-fil-A. It really was.
But you could still get your
But I get
Chick-fil-A,
it.
hopefully.
But I will say too, I understand it's terrible, terrible. But I was a washer out and I kept a styrofoam cup for up to 30 days. I mean,
Don't sweat like the new.
they don't sweat, correct. But so I think maybe explaining to people why it is because they don't break down. There's a lot of bad about styrofoam.
Yes, and it is also there's a public health and safety consideration as well. So there are studies linking it to carcinogenic properties. So it might give you pause if you microwave your leftovers in a clamshell and it's melting. Whatever is being used to produce that material is leaking into your food. So the impetus of the public health combined with the environmental hazards that it provides is usually the impetus for a lot of these laws moving forward.
So I was curious, you said people could call into the county to report other people that might be, have we received any?
We have not,
okay.
and luckily, Mr. Jason Purse has volunteered to be our education or our enforcement. At Sustainability, we are the education and outreach arm, so we don't necessarily want to be associated with enforcement because it is a different focus and a different approach than how we typically run our programs and how we would like the community to perceive us as well.
As an education tool rather than
Exactly.
punitive.
Yeah,
So
so
we'll
we can
let
help
Jason take that
explain
role.
it, but then
Yeah.
if we do get any phone calls, which we have not,
Okay.
then we very thankfully forward them his way.
Yeah, maybe somebody could talk to the proprietor instead of calling the county and reporting
Wouldn't
it.
that be nice?
Wouldn't that be good?
That is, and they can let
Yeah.
them know that they can get a free resource
Doing it the
kit
right
and they
way.
can come try out alternatives.
There you go. All right, thank you.
Some of those alternatives are really quite effective and attractive. And so it's nice to see that happening. Any other questions? Comments? No?
Right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So now we move on to solid waste and recycling services, RFP, and Grow Convenience Center update. Mr. Dimmitt, nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Chairman McGlennon, members of the board, Mr. Stevens. Good. No, go to the next. Do I have to click it? Because I have a love-hate relationship with this mouse.
Renee has about had it with it today, I think.
Bob doesn't want to do it. Okay.
So the county issued a request for information, an RFI, for subscription-based solid waste and recycling services on January 16th. The RFI was used to gauge interest, gain insight, and fine-tune the upcoming request for proposal for those services. The county received 5 responses to the RFI, including one regional trash company that currently does not operate within the county. Though not requested, some of the respondents included estimated pricing in the range of $9.75 to $28 a month for weekly trash service and $5 to $12.50 a month for biweekly recycling service. Please keep in mind these prices are not binding, they're just estimates. Based on the feedback from the RFI, the county issued a request for proposal, an RFP, on April 22nd. Unfortunately, the response to the RFP was lower than expected, and by that I mean we got 1 response. Purchasing reached out to the companies that did not respond, and some of the reasons cited were the lack of a guaranteed minimum number of customers. Some initially thought that the entire Roberts district was going to be included, which was 3,200 houses. Some had an issue with the 5-year fixed pricing requirement, the necessary capital investment in both equipment and labor, and the impending ability of the county to institute mandatory trash consolidation in 2029. the overall interest in providing the county with trash and recycling service, though, from the RFI bodes well should the county make it mandatory in the future.
I just stop for a second there
Yes,
and ask about this, because my understanding was that the entire Roberts District was supposed to be included.
We cannot, I can take these off. We cannot make it mandatory until April of 2029.
Oh, no, I understand that
It was
entirely.
included on a subscription basis. What the vendors thought was they were guaranteed to get all 3,200.
They were guaranteed to get all.
Yes, and we could not make that guarantee because we still have to operate as a subscription-based service.
Sure, I understand that. Okay.
And feel free to stop me if anyone has any questions.
Again, I just would mention before we move on, you know, the intent was, as we move to the idea that in 2029, we could be the only provider to have contractors working, and so they're starting and they build that base. And we had a bid, or at least the discussion was, at 200 customers, what would it be? At 500, just tiering it up so that when you got to the full 3,200, that might entice a bidder to get in. But that lack of guarantee, the lack of would the county go forward with that, which can't be guaranteed until you get closer to that date. So I think that was some of the reluctance for people to get into the business with other providers already here.
That's just with solid waste. With curbside recycling, we currently have 9,200 customers, and we still only got one bid. So I think there was a lot of apprehension just because of how close we are getting to April of 29, where we can make things mandatory should the board choose at that time. The recommendations for the curbside recycling, staff recommends authorizing an intent to award to TFC Recycling pending contract negotiation and execution. TFC is the current provider for curbside recycling in the county, and it will allow the county to continue to offer the service with no interruption and utilize our existing billing system. For subscription-based trash service, the staff does not recommend that a contract be awarded at this time. The main barriers to implementation are the minimal formal responses. Current rates within the Roberts District are between $25 and $35 per month for weekly trash service. And most service providers now have recently implemented a cart removal fee of up to $75 a cart. So even if a program that would save a resident $10 a month, it would take them over $7 to recoup that savings because they would be penalized for switching. And also an upgraded billing system that would be necessary to handle the trash customers is not anticipated to be fully implemented until approximately the summer of 27. Quickly on the Grove Convenience Center, brief timeline. On July 2nd of 2025, we submitted the SUP for the convenience center at the location of Old Fire Station 22. We had a couple extra steps in that. We had to extinguish a boundary line on the parcel that we acquired that was anticipated to be the location of the convenience center, but wasn't suitable. And then we also had to get an easement agreement with Dominion to utilize their entrance road. On May 28th of this year, the SUP was approved. June 5th, we sent out the invitation to bid. On June 6th, we started the demolition of Fire Station 22. On June 16th, we held a pre-bid meeting down at the site, and we had 7 vendors on site, so it bodes well for pricing. On June 27th, the contractor finished the demolition. If any of you have been past it, it looks a lot different than what it did. Due to the need to provide some additional electrical design information to the bidders, we had to extend the due date on the bid to August 21st of this year, or of next month. The extension will allow the county to receive the most accurate bids for the projects. We were told by purchasing, the more time that we're able to give the bidders, the better the pricing is going to be, because they're not going to need to assume anything. The bid does require, though, that construction be completed within 60 days of notice to proceed. And then we have a slide of what the property looks like. Let's see, is this an arrow on here or not? Oh, there it is. So resident traffic into the convenience center, the blue line is the fence. We'll enter here, the attendant building. I'll go over to this one. The attendant building's here, that's a parking space. We have the glass, we have the two drop-off recycling containers, our trash compactor, and the cardboard baler at the request of the fire department. We put it as far away from Fire Station 2 as possible. We also have an area for appliance drop-off, which we will probably do occasionally, and then this will be the household waste oil drop-off. The residents will then exit out through this improved Dominion easement, this will all be paved. The other part of it is the entrance here. We are adding this emergency vehicle entrance so that emergency vehicles can drive forward to the fuel pump. Right now, they enter and they have to back up to the fuel pump in order to refuel. So, happy to answer any questions.
I don't really have a question, but I have a comment. First of all, I do have a question. What's the now estimated date for the completion of the convenience center?
So, based on the bids being received on the 21st, I think there's a 2 to 3 week period for contract negotiation. So then they'll get the notice to proceed. I think it is somewhere near the end of the year, early January now, unfortunately. Yes.
It is unfortunate, and I just feel like this has been a project that has been pushed back, and I'm not suggesting it's your fault.
Oh, I will take the blame. That's fine.
These are all issues that kind of come along with a project, but they seem to have all kind of cascaded here. The other thing, though, is that I'm not very enthusiastic about the idea of waiting till 29 to move ahead on county-provided solid waste. And I think we really need to, before we accept that notion, I would encourage us to think a little bit more broadly. So, for instance, I wonder if there would be more interest among bidders if after a year of work in the Roberts district, they then moved on to another district, and that might be more enticing in terms of justifying increased expenditure. And it would also help to show people that they are going to get value for their money in this provision of services. But just waiting till 29 says to me people aren't going to have much confidence in us on this front to move ahead.
Unfortunately, that's the way the state set up the code with the
I understand.
5-year notification. I can get together with the county attorney and look at if there's other options that we can pursue to do something earlier. I'm not sure how we can set it up.
I guess my sense is, and I mentioned it to the county administrator last week, that some kind of effort to survey the population of the district would get a better sense of how likely it is that people would be willing to sign up for the service. I should have thought of this in terms of the survey that was being done by the folks up at UVA. Would have been a nice little add-on, but
there's less expensive surveys that somebody could probably just do a call and then hit one, or So, I guess the one thing I had. I'm sorry. Were you finished?
Yeah, that's right.
If we weren't going to have an upgraded billing system, if that's a barrier, why did we start? Why didn't we wait until we had an upgraded billing system? If that's going to be a barrier to the implementation.
We can bill about 1,000 customers. So the idea was on the garbage in Roberts District, we probably wouldn't get 1,000 initially. And so we have been working to formerly General Services, now Public Works Credit, they have asked for a billing system 2 or 3 years ago. It was $300,000. Where I have been pushing is with working with the Service Authority to bill from there. So number one, we don't send our residents another monthly bill, and we don't have a separate utility billing system because typically customers want to call and get water, sewer, garbage, recycling all at one place. And so we have been working with JCSA, and I think are to that point that we are set up to be billing through them, using their customer service folks for that initial customer contact, so that from the outside, it looks like we're one place, even though internally, Public Works may be doing the garbage recycling, JCSA doing water sewer. That customer interface is better going forward than it would be when they call you for water and sewer and they call me for recycling and garbage. And so that has been, I didn't think it was a hesitation in the Roberts District with the billing software, but it is a limitation if you end up with more than that 1,000 number customers. And so that has been our challenge in the billing side. I think we could accommodate Roberts initially of what might come. The other piece we could talk about on the surveying, it is difficult to give a price until we have a bid. And so that is a challenge when we say, would you come for $5 a month? I think the answer would be a high response rate. When we get into $25 a month, I think it becomes a 50-50 maybe. I think as we get into, and then if our bid comes in at 35 or 40, I think we'll be better than that, but those are all risks to us. And some of that conversation on our side might be, are we going to subsidize so the price is something a month? Is it, do we subsidize it so it's $20 a month until we make the decision to become the provider or not? And that is something we could consider. We just hadn't moved to that point yet.
Questions?
Hey,
Second.
so with that, we'll move on to board considerations. And that is the annual service contract for curbside recycling. Mr. Tippett.
So what we have is a recommendation to move ahead with the with TFC. So there's the request for proposals were publicly advertised for qualified experienced firms to provide curbside recycling services within James City County. One firm responded to the RFP by describing qualifications, experience in performing similar work, and pricing. A team of staff members representing Public Works evaluated the bid qualifications, and based on the questionnaire and labor rates, the lowest responsible and responsive firm was Tidewater Fiber Corp., which is TFC. The initial contract term is for 5 years with the option of up to 13 additional 1-year renewals upon mutual agreement of the parties. Initial pricing through the end of fiscal year 27 is $850 per house per month for biweekly service, and the county currently has approximately 9,200 curbside customers. The rate will increase annually at 4% starting July 1, 2027. So staff recommends adoption of the attached resolution authorizing the award of the curbside recycling contract to Tidewater Fiber Corp.
Any discussion, any questions?
And just as an aside, the $850 a month is what we are currently being charged by TFC through the emergency services contract. So they kept the price firm and through the end of this fiscal year.
I will say to their credit that they have improved their performance noticeably, at least in my experience. I don't see the broken glass on the roadways as much, or any of the kind of so forth. Operating or professional.
Want me to move the contract award?
Sure.
I shall move it. The resolution.
Resolution.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bob.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tippett.
Should we recess and go into our other meeting, or should we finish this meeting, or?
That's totally up to you in terms of that. You do your closed sessions.
My understanding,
probably take some time, but not. I mean,
Yep.
just a lot of them.
and I understand that the JCSA's presentations are fairly lengthy, or the discussion there.
Asking for a break?
I am asking
am
for a
asking for a
recess
break.
prior
Yeah, we can
to
do
a,
that. We can
okay,
certainly do that.
great.
Let's just take a
Okay.
short recess.
All right.
Call this meeting back to order. And we'll move on to board requests and directives, I believe.
All right, it's actually been a pretty light couple of weeks. Had a AFD meeting, met with some different groups around the county. Love being able to patronize our local coffee shops. We have a great collection of small business coffee shops in the area. And that's about it for activity. No requests this meeting.
Okay, I attended the police promotion ceremony last week. Michael Farrow was promoted to sergeant, and John LeClaire was promoted to lieutenant. He had planned to retire in October, and he says, now I have to talk to you. I'm not doing that. So anyway, that was really nice. It was really nice to go see that. And I spoke to the local GOP men's club last week. They were very nice. They didn't beat me up too much. And it was always fun. And I think that's about it. I'm trying to think if
Summer's
I think
a little
that's about
slower.
it.
Went to NACO.
Oh, I went to I went to NACO. Oh my gosh. Yeah, 4 days in NOLA with Mr. Stevens and Ruth and Mr. Stevens' wife. And the convention was really good. I thought it was much better than Philadelphia. So, and it was handled really well. There were over 4,000 people there from what I understand. That's a lot of counties, representing 3,192 counties. In some states, every county belongs to NACO, but not here. We have one county that's a holdout, and I don't know what the problem is, but we need to look into that. Because NACO supports the counties and their speaker for us. They talk about legislation. They talk about all the things that are really important to counties to look into and provide the education with it. And as a subside of that, they have VACO, which is Virginia County Association, where I got my supervisors training 3 years ago, and Ms. Wainwright's going through that now. They're really, really good at supporting counties. So yes, I did do that. And then we had a wonderful time at the Mardi Gras place, whatever it's called. Mardi Gras, what was it called?
Mardi Gras World.
Mardi Gras World. Oh my God. all the animals, all the things that go in the parades and stuff, and beads were being thrown at us. And then all the parishes, because they have parishes instead of counties, the parishes each were doing big demonstrations with food and so forth. So it was kind of wild, but it was a great time. You're right. I forgot I even went, and it's been a week, right? Sorry. Thank you, Ruth. John. Jim.
I've only got one thing I was going to say. I sent everybody an email today that we got from the Naval Weapons Station. They're doing I think it was the 108th anniversary of the
I want to
thing.
go to
So,
that.
but Captain Patrick invited us, especially the chair and the vice chair, but all the board members can come out. It's on the August the 6th, which is Tuesday at 11 o'clock, and they're going to cut a cake, and then they're going to take us to lunch. And I can tell you, when you go to lunch
Thursday, I think.
Thursday.
in installations, you're going to be treated very nicely. So they want to RSVP by the 3rd of August, and Max, the gentleman who sent the email, is the one to respond to. So if you can go, please do check in with them and RSVP. I plan to be there, so that's all I got.
Thank you. I will unfortunately be out of town, but I would have loved to have attended. I will also be out of town for National Night Out, which I think is an excellent. I haven't missed one for a while, and they're excellent. So I appreciate the recognition of that this evening. Just a couple things. One, did go to NACO and went, had just excellent workshops. There were some on election excellence, and really our election process is safe. It's one that there are standards for, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank Diana Moorman and her staff and all the volunteers. They do an excellent job here in James City County on our elections, and we're very fortunate, and the electoral board as well. Another workshop that I attended was about county government assessments. And it was really interesting and very well attended. And some of the things that they talked about were assessment audits and how you're doing those. And so I'd be interested in having, I really appreciate that Dale came a few meetings ago, but I'd like to delve into that a little bit more, just get some additional questions answered about that and how we're doing that. But just in case anyone's wondering, I got this magazine, James River Living, and it happens to be about the Brady family that live in the Berkeley district. But on the back, they've got a realtor's run an ad, and it's showing these two recent sales, and one was on the market for $775,000, and it sold for $780,000. And then one was on the market for $790,000, sold for $795,000. So again, market value. I understand these are two, but they sold over asking. This is why our assessments often are the way that they are. So, and then just a couple of things, and of course, Scott, I made sure, you have the exhibits, but there were ones that I do think are worthy of further discussion. And we've talked to this business before. They make these little postcard type things that has a pouch inside where you can get rid of opioids. You can put them in medications that have expired. You can put it in, and it's the way you can clean out. It's proper disposal, just in case you cannot get to, we do have those that we offer a lot here, our different police, but this is a way. So Scott, I'm interested in that and have been for a couple of years. I just think that's really important. One is Civic Plus, which is our agenda. There's other ways we can use that to get more information out of our system online. And then Hello Heart, which works with your employees on the importance of their blood pressure and making sure they're healthy and finding ways to keep it down. And it helps cut down on medication and hospitalizations and things like that. So I always think that there are ways that you might find saving money. I make sure that I only go to the exhibitors I think I just don't go for all the stuff. So, but another underlying, or not underlying, but a thing that was talked about a lot at NACO this year, and there were a lot of workshops that were about it, was about land use preemption by states. And I went to at least 2 or 3 workshops on that. So it's something that counties are facing all across the United States. And so, which in some ways is not, I don't know if you can tell, but all of the blues have faced some sort of bills where the states are trying to tell localities how to run their business. And I believe there are maybe under 10 states where they haven't faced any of that, which is pretty telling. So anyway, and as far as the calendar goes, I apologize, Mr. Chair, I wasn't, that was really a lot. And then Ms. Supervisor Wainwright and I have our school liaison meeting on Friday, and we will get another update on the redistricting.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
A couple of things. One, I attended I dropped off some food at the Slay Hunger event that was put on over by the Restore, run by Habitat for Humanity in Colony Square Shopping Center. It was this last Saturday, and it was undertaken by the House of Mercy, by Grove Christian Outreach Center, Fish, and I think Restore provided an actual 20% off coupon for folks who donated to it. This is all part of an effort by sometime in the fall for the collection of 250,000 pounds of food to stock up food pantries for those who are in need of that help. So they do a great job, and I appreciated the opportunity to just kind of chip in my little contribution as well. Also wanted to just mention two other things. One is you're probably hearing or reading in the news about many of our surrounding communities going to the courts and asking for the referendum on 1% increase in sales tax for school funding items, school construction items. And just wanted to reiterate a point which I believe the county administrator made in the press today, that James City County doesn't have any projects that we're planning to fund through this source, so we're not asking for a referendum this year. It may be something we want to consider in the future if we have some big school project expenditures coming up, but at this point we don't see any need to go to voters on that question for referendum. And then I also wanted to mention that I went to the Peninsula Mayors and Chairs meeting yesterday, and last week to Hampton Roads Planning District Commission meeting, where in both instances we had a discussion that we also had back in April when the Coalition of High Growth Communities, First Cities, BACO, VML combined to have a session on working with our legislators to achieve common objectives and understand our needs a little bit better. At the HRPDC meeting, several of our local legislators, including Senator Lucas, Chairman Cliff Hayes, and several other members of the General Assembly were present or had staff members present at that session. And two things really emerged from it. One was a general suggestion to those of us from Hampton Roads communities to recognize that in the General Assembly right now, there are a large number of representatives in positions of influence, and that they would like to be able to help local governments. But as also was stressed at our earlier April meeting, they need to hear from us, and need to hear from us earlier than we have traditionally been doing. And Local Government Day is a great event in Richmond, but it's also in the middle of the legislative session after bills have been filed and after votes have been taken. And so if you really want to have an impact on the submission of legislation and the success of that legislation, it's important to talk to our legislators at an earlier point, which brings me to the point of basically saying, I think we're going to try to do our legislative agenda in September. We're not meeting in August, but I would hope that during that time period we'd think a bit about issues that are directly relevant to our local government functioning that we would like the General Assembly to consider, so that we can be prepared to talk in September with our legislators about those matters. And the sort of good news, bad news story out of these meetings, Mary Bunting, the city manager down in Hampton, made a pitch for consideration of some way of the state helping out with the tax exemption for military veterans who are 100% disabled, and because of the disproportionate impact on Hampton Roads communities, and there was a lot of interest among the legislators there, but as was pointed out, last year those legislators were provided with a report that showed the impact and didn't seem to register. So hopefully if we get that message to them in the early fall, that will be helpful. So with that, I think I'll stop there and turn it to the county administrator for his report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple items to share. Just a reminder that storm drains lead to our local waterways and just encourage residents with trash, leaves, grass clippings, fertilizers, those kinds of things to try to keep them out of storm drains. Helps with flooding and also helps with the environmental quality of our local waterways. Also, mosquito dunks, we still do that through the summer. We don't do a whole lot of treatment, but we do provide free mosquito dunks to a household, and they can call 757-259-4080, 757-259-4080. And then the Greater Williamsburg Sports and Events Center, Ms. Larson mentioned a couple of events, but we have opened. It is going, I think, very well, from community use during the day to the I Shine car show that was held about 2 weeks ago, very well attended, and then the home show that was held this past weekend, again, very well attended, and I think much more to come. So just wanted to report on those items. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I'd now like a motion to go into closed session for the following items. First, consideration of a personnel matter, the appointment of individuals to county boards and/or commissions pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A of the Code of Virginia. Secondly, specifically appointments to the Inaugural Board of Directors for the James City County Community Land Trust, and B, Clean County Commission reappointments. C, appointments to the Williamsburg Regional Library Board of Directors. And two, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A8 of the Code of Virginia. And third, discussion of the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including interviews of bidders or others, and discussion of the terms of and scope of such contract. Where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position of or negotiating strategy of the public body pursuant to Section 2.2-37A29 of the Code of Virginia. I must have missed after. The first one was A1, okay, of Code of Virginia. So that specifically pertaining to the contract for the Williamsburg Regional Library System.
So moved.
So a motion. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Go into closed session. Call us back into session and look for a motion to certify.
I certify that we only spoke about those things we said we would.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stevens, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Okay, I've got a motion for appointments to the inaugural Board of Directors for the James City County Community Land Trust. The three county representatives, Chris Basic for a 3-year term, Robin Bledsoe for a 2-year term, Emily Haywood for a 1-year term. The remaining 6, Roger Guernsey for a 3-year term, Scott Andrews Weckerly for a 3-year term, Lawrence Golson for a 2-year term, Craig Meadows for a 2-year term, Adrian Carter for a 1-year term, and Margaret Mondel for a 1-year term.
Okay.
You want to do that one first and then
Yes,
do
we
the
have a
others?
motion,
Or I can do them all and we just say vote. Can we do that?
We can do that.
Them all
Yes, go
together.
ahead and do the others.
Okay. The others are appointments to the Williamsburg Regional Library Board of Trustees. It would be reappointment of Ms. Feather Foster and Ms. Tony Sturdivant for terms that expire June 30th, 2030. And for the Clean County Commission, it would be reappointment of Mr. Kevin Radcliffe, Ms. Rachel West, and Mr. Tim Stanley for a terms that would expire July 31st of 2029, and also the appointment of Ben Aiken for an term that would expire on July 31st, 2029.
Okay, so that's all of them?
That's it.
All right. Mr. Stevens, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. And I believe that if I don't hear anything else, I just would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay.
September 8th at 5.
Ms. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Apologies to our friends from HRSD. Adjourn this meeting.
Get to go home. I'd like to call to order a meeting of the James City Service Authority Board of Directors, continuation of the July 14th regular meeting. Mr. Powell, call the roll.
Ms. Wainwright.
Here.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Here.
Ms. Larson.
Here.
Ms. McGlinnan.
Here.
Ms. Knoll.
Here. Presentation tonight, wastewater capacity study. Please introduce the presenter, or are you doing?
Yes, ma'am. I've got some introductory
Okay.
remarks, and I will introduce our guest from
go.
HRSD. Good afternoon. Today's presentation on wastewater capacity is a follow-up to the 2 presentations that you've had at your last 2 annual retreats. Before we begin, I think it would be helpful just to describe the roles of the 2 organizations, especially for the viewing public, to provide some context to this presentation. The James City Service Authority is responsible for collecting wastewater and conveying it to the Hampton Roads Sanitation District. And then HRSD is a regional entity that is responsible for treating all wastewater in the Hampton Roads region. So what we have is 2 interconnected systems, but they are separately owned, operated, and managed by different organizations. It's important to note that this presentation focuses on wastewater capacity deficiencies only during significant wet weather events. Both JCSA and HRSD have ample capacity in their systems during normal operating conditions. The issue of wastewater capacity has been a significant one throughout the region for many years, as evidenced by the EPA consent order that was issued about 20 years ago. The consent order led to an agreement in which HRSD and all the Hampton Roads localities, including JCSA, agreed to work together to address wastewater capacity, which ultimately led to the creation of a regional wet weather management plan. Our agenda today is as follows. James Canning, JCSA's Chief Wastewater Engineer, is going to provide a very brief review of the information that was provided in the last 2 annual retreats. And then following Mr. Canning's presentation, HRSD is going to present information on initiatives that are currently underway and future options to address the issue. With HRSD today are Jay Dano, Director of Planning and Analysis, and Chris Steffen, Director of Interceptor Operations, North Shore. I want to stress that JCSA and HRSD have a strong, long-standing partnership, and we have redoubled our efforts to work together more recently as the wet weather capacity issues in the JCSA service area have become more apparent, and you will hear about some of those efforts in their presentation. Both JCSA and HRSD have responsibilities in addressing the issue, and both understand the importance of doing so. I will forewarn you that today's presentation is not particularly short. I know it's been a long day, but this is a complex issue and an important issue that I think deserves some, rather detailed discussion. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Canning.
JCSA's wastewater collection system consists of 78 pump stations, 23 which are directly connected to Hampton Road Sanitation District force main system. Under the existing consent decree, JCSA is required to report all sanitary sewer overflows to the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. In June of 2024, DEQ issued warning letters for related wet weather sewer sanitary overflows. At the January 2025 board retreat, staff explained that these overflows were primarily the result of capacity constraints within the shared JCSA and HRSD wastewater collection system. In response, JCSA worked with HRSD to evaluate system limitations and identify more effective strategies for managing wet weather events. JCSA commissioned an engineering firm to perform an independent capacity evaluation. The study assessed the current system performance and projected future wastewater flows based on anticipated development and growth throughout the service area. At the 2026 board retreat, staff presented the results of the capacity study. The consultant projected that planned development will increase wastewater flows by approximately 1.9 million gallons per day in addition to the system's current average of 5 million gallons a day. The study concluded that the continued growth will place additional strain on the wastewater collection system and is expected to result in more sanitary sewer overflows, particularly in areas where capacity limitations already exist. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Dano from HRSD.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Thanks for this opportunity to present. Okay. I have quite a bit of information to present, and I'll try to keep it moving along. So I'd like to talk a little bit about HRSD. Bottom line up front, we're planning on spending $43 to $70 million to address capacity concerns in James City County moving forward. I'll talk about our Williamsburg treatment plant. Broad view regional system capacity, what that looks like, and then I'll hone in on JCSA capacity constraints, and then dive into how we're proactively addressing these capacity constraints in James City County. So a little bit about HRSD. We do wastewater. We're the regional wastewater agency. We've been intercepting and treating wastewater for 85 years. We protect public health in our local waters, so our communities will have clean waterways and reliable water resources for generations to come. Good news, James City County is served by the Williamsburg treatment plant. It has ample capacity. It currently averages around 9 million gallons per day of treated water. It has a capacity of 22.5 million gallons per day. A little overview of the regional system. This map on the left shows the 570 miles of interceptor pipes that make up the HRSD metro system. That is combined with 115 pump stations that provide this wastewater to the 8 wastewater treatment plants that treat the water before it's reintroduced into the environment. If you look at any area like this small red square and zoom in, you'll see that the localities have over 6,000 miles of collection system pipes that combine to make the regional system. So the pipes connect to the houses and businesses, pump the flow into the HRSD interceptor, we convey it to the treatment plant, treat the water. And why this is important is there's lots of places where we're trying to address capacity concerns across the whole region. Imagine this as a circle to represent a pipe, and we design our system based on Virginia sewage collection and treatment regulations so that the flow in the pipe has the right velocity to keep things from settling out between 2 and 8 feet per second. Generally, when we design a pipeline, we account for existing sewage, build out of the service area planned sewage, dry weather infiltration where groundwater is seeping into the pipes, and that makes up our average daily flow. And then we look at rainfall-derived I&I. There's a 2 times average daily flow peaking factor, and usually there's a little excess capacity. In reality, what happens is grit settles in the pipe and takes up capacity, grease accumulates in the pipe, takes up capacity, air and gas gets generated and takes up capacity that would otherwise be used for sewage. Then we have the sewage, the planned sewage. The good news here is that the flow factors we use in design overestimate the amount of sewage that we actually see, so we actually have a little extra capacity. Then we have our dry weather infiltration and our rainfall-derived inflow and infiltration. Sometimes tidal flow gets into the system, excessive rainfall-derived I&I, unplanned service area expansion, or economic development wants to send more flow to the pipeline. And this presents risk for us: sanitary sewer overflows, high system pressures, which require major CIP investments. And we get into this situation where it's an arm race. So if a pump station needs to get into our pipe during high flow conditions, the pressure goes up. Well, now this pump station can't get in, so I have to put bigger pumps in here. And what this does is it allows each station to get in, but it blocks the next one and it raises the system pressures. And that's an untenable situation. Because it's untenable, Doug talked about 20 years ago, EPA came to town and said, we're going to put you under a consent decree because you're a large system. There's been reports of sanitary sewer overflows, and you need a long-term regional plan to manage system capacity. At the time, there was some finger pointing going on between HRSD and the localities about whether we had enough capacity or if there was too much inflow and infiltration coming in. More importantly, there wasn't adequate investment both in the locality and the HRSD system to address the concerns, and we really did need this regional wet weather management plan. It took from 2005 until February of 2022 when a regional wet weather management plan was adopted. A lot of things transpired during that timeline. We looked at regionalization, different alternatives, and EPA introduced an integrated planning framework that focused on prioritizing capital investments for a community to achieve the maximum human health and water quality objectives of all the needs of the community. And so we leveraged this to move towards our SWIFT program and also manage the nutrients being discharged from the treatment plants, that we could give those credits to our locality partners for their stormwater needs so we could save the region money. And immediately, once EPA came to town, we started studying what needed to be done and making large investments through interim system improvements and rehab action plan programs to address the capacity needs at the time. And we spent over $1 billion doing that. What this resulted in, ODU did a study about how much we saved the money to comply with the Clean Water Act and the Chesapeake Bay total maximum daily load. And because we did this as a region together, we were able to save the region $5.2 billion as opposed to everyone going it alone to address both their sanitary sewer capacity needs and their Chesapeake Bay TMDL requirements for the stormwater and for HRSD. This doesn't even account for the value of the water going back into the aquifer for future generations to use. So, consent decree was a large success and we really needed it. What our data tells us is over the years from 2010 to today, the number of sanitary sewer overflows that we experienced during wet weather has dropped significantly. That $1 billion of investments have really paid off. And we have a lot of collaboration that Doug talked about before. HRSD's adopted policies to address regional wet weather capacity, And we're moving towards this adaptive regional wet weather management style and plan that I'm going to talk more about now. As a region, we meet at the Hampton Roads Planning District Commission as a capacity team, and these are our mantras. You know, it's together that we protect public health and the environment. We're here to eliminate sanitary sewer overflows. We want to pump sewage through the system, not clear water, rainwater. We want to optimize system capacity, and we really want to slow the flow and lower the pressure in the system. And you're going to hear that theme throughout the rest of the presentation. We have adequate capacity. If you look at the flow we receive over 24 hours a day, it's during these short wet weather windows where the system can't take it all. It's like a freeway that's clogged with cars. You know, it can only take so many cars at any given time. This is a thought exercise. I'm going to go through this quickly. I think about this too much, but on the left side there are what consume capacity in the storm pipe, that diagram I showed you previously. Sewage, grease, grit, rags, air, biofilm, infiltration, inflow, and condensate. So I asked myself, okay, where do these things come from? And so I said, okay, where does everything start? It starts at the private side, at the house or at the business. And on a scale of 1 to 10, I asked myself, how much of each of these components comes in at any given point? And this, again, is just a thought exercise to try to understand what's coming in where. And so, you know, most of the sewage comes in from residential connections and commercial connections. Moving down the line towards the localities, the collection systems, a lot of the grit comes in through the gravity main, manhole connections, manhole castings, and the like. And infiltration comes in through the gravity mains. And for the HRSD system, the major interceptors that are primarily pumped and pressurized, not much comes in. We handle what's sent to us. So, but together we need to address this problem. And the issue here, I mentioned before about the need for the velocity in the pipes to be a certain rate to keep things from settling out. This is what a picture of a clean pipe newly installed looks like. Sometimes when we cut into our pipes, this is what we find, where a third or half of the pipe is full of grit, and that reduces our ability to convey flow during wet weather events. At the capacity team, we call these things on the left the capacity bandits, and we know that together we're in this constant tug of war to address these things. So what are the strategies to deal with the capacity bandits and preserve capacity? We can optimize our system. We can slow the flow, holding things back in the gravity collection systems, using storage tanks to hold the flow during wet weather, and using smart sewer technology to leverage the assets that aren't seeing flow to take flow when others are seeing too much flow. And we can reclaim lost capacity. We bleed air and gas off of the force main system. We can remove grit from the system where possible, remove the biofilm, and remove the grease to reclaim some of that capacity. This is like dealing with weeds. This is cutting the weeds down. It's addressing the symptom. If we really want to get at the root cause, we need to prevent some of these things from coming into the system in the first place. And the result here, and this is where I'm getting into James City County specifics, is if we look at, in this case, pump station 6-8, this chart, this graph on the left shows a head versus flow plot. The green line and the blue horizontal line represent dry weather and wet weather pressures that this station should see. The two curved lines, orange and blue, going through are the minimum and maximum pumping rates at various head and flow conditions for the pumps at the station. The dashed gray line at the top represents pressures we've observed with our sensors during wet weather events, and you can see that those pressures are much higher than what the pumps were designed to pump against, and consequently the pumps can't get in during those conditions. And I've mentioned a couple times, and I'll mention it again, that we each have a role to play, and sometimes collectively, to address this. For JCSA, they're doing projects and doing operations and capacity management to optimize, reclaim, and prevent some of these capacity bandits from robbing system capacity. Together, we're coordinating on regular meetings to address concerns, sharing data, and then making some operational changes to better leverage the assets we have in place. And then I showed you already, HRSD is making some major investments that I'll get into in a little bit on how we're proactively addressing some of these current concerns as well. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris Steffen to talk about the operational coordination that's making a difference.
Thanks, Jeff. Good afternoon, Board. My name is Chris Steffen. I've been with HRSD for 20 years. I am the Director of Operations for North Shore Interceptors. What that means is we handle all of the larger infrastructure outside of the plant that conveys flows to the treatment plants at HRSD. And so our service area, my service area in particular, is Hampton, Newport News, all the way north to Toano, which includes all of James City County, Williamsburg, and York County, and over towards Gloucester Courthouse. So I will warn you, I've got a couple technical slides in here, so if something doesn't make sense, please interrupt and ask questions. I invite you to do that. I'll try and get through it as quickly as I can. But I'm here to share with you some of the operational coordination that we've done with James City County, and the collaboration has actually paid off at this point in the last few years for sure. I'm going to go through a quick slide on our data sharing, and then I'll finish up with what the future holds for the operations folks and where we're aiming to go with all of these improvements. So this slide shows you again the Williamsburg service area. Areas 2, 3, and 4 are where improvements have been done in the past decade and a half. We've replaced one of our twin influents to the Williamsburg treatment plants. Now we have a 36-inch line in parallel with the other 36-inch line. So we have 2 parallel lines coming into the plant. We've implemented the Route 199 interim PRS, which is a pressure reducing station. We've also done some control valve work near at the plant. So what that really means is areas 2, 3, and 4, we're not concerned about that anymore. The plant the flows are getting to the plant from that region. Our main area of concern is northern James City County, the northern parts of York County, and Williamsburg. It affects all 3 of our localities. So these are the tools and operations that were available to us over the time. Obviously, a decade and a half ago, my staff, the superintendents, and the frontline workers were contacting and interacting with the frontline workers at James City County. They would say, hey, we're experiencing a rain event. We need some help. This would take time because the event would come. They'd have to recognize the event in advance. They'd say, okay, we're getting into trouble. What can we do about it? Well, as a locality, not much, because they're relying upon us to convey to the flows to the plant. So then they'd give us a call. We'd assess the situation. We'd have to physically deploy men to actually go do things, and our options for doing things back then were relatively few. We could turn on a PRS globally. We could maybe open up a control valve, but really they were limited. So really in the last 5 years, we've been working collaboratively with JCSA on, okay, what can we do operationally and explore other options. And Jay will present to you some of one of the capital projects, which is the potential for a JCSA water tank to be conveyed to HRSD to use in our system. So that's just one of the options. And then, of course, just recently at the beginning of this year, we didn't have eyes and ears into James City County system, and they didn't have eyes and ears into our system, meaning we didn't know what was going on with their pump stations, and they didn't know what was going on with our system. But both of us use the Aviva Pi system, which is a data collection warehouse, and we've connected those. And there's one slide that I'll briefly show in the slides to come. The other thing that's been very, very instrumental in some of the changes is HRSD's SCADA system. We've upgraded that system, and it is now fully functional and online. The last few sites in Williamsburg were about 2022. But right now, that gives us a full ability of a SCADA system. So a SCADA system is a supervisory control and data acquisition. It's nothing more than an industrial control system. Our plants have it, now our pump stations have it. So the system that we did have had no C in that. We didn't have any control. So for us to operate something differently, we had to physically send a man out to do that. So now we have that option. We had the data acquisition part of it, and obviously the alarming part of it too. So in that upgrade, we updated our functional controls, which means how each individual site operates. And right now, all of those are independent, meaning the information at the site is actually controlling what the pumps do at the site. And I'll get into a little bit of that in a slide or two. And then, of course, we'll finish up. The SCADA system is the foundation for where we're going for future predictive and smart controls on the entire system. So prior to 2020, I already went through this, so I'm not going to spend too much time, but it was a manpower issue. It was a time-intensive manpower issue to get things to change out in the system. Now, during rain events, in the past couple of years, JCSA has alerted us to situations and issues that have arisen because of pressure problems and excessive flows. So no longer do we have to send men out. Our group actually consists of a few support engineers, and the superintendents have access to the SCADA system, and they can remote desktop in. So they don't have to be at the station. They don't even have to be at an HRSD facility. They can be at home and receive a phone call, and they can look and see what's going on in our system. And now with the Aviva Pi, look and see what's going on in James City County system and make instantaneous changes. We can control pumps from basically any computer in the world right now, which is really great. So what does that mean? It's fast, it's instantaneous, and we can help, and we have helped. We have slowed pumps down intentionally on our system so that the weaker stations in James City can actually get in and pump. So this is my one slide on the Aviva Connect. This is a picture of HRSD levels and James City County levels, what's going on at each pump station, and they're side by side. We have the same thing for pressures in the system, and we have the same thing for flows in the system. So we have eyes and ears on both systems at the same time. So here's where it gets a little bit technical, and I hope you bear with me.
This is where you get technical?
This is where I get technical, yes. I'm in operations, but I am an engineer by trade. So here's a picture of one of our data systems that shows us what's going on in the system. And the big thing here is I'm going to show you Green Springs Pump Station, and the top blue line, that is our set point for the pump station, meaning we want to control to that line. A rain event comes in, and you can see the red line go up, and that is the flow that's being passed through that particular pump station at Green Springs. And you can see during that rain event, which was significant, this was back in January of 2024, this was estimated to be a 1 or 2 year storm. So less than our design requirements. And as you can see, the green line there, we went from about 55, 60 PSI up to almost 90 PSI in the system. And as you can imagine, every single station that's connected is seeing those pressure increases. So Green Springs is transmitting the flow that's received into the pump station and pushing it right into the force main, and we're never coming off set point whatsoever. It's just holding right where it's at. This is a look at Ford's Colony. The same thing here, the same lines. There's a little less noise in the information because I averaged it over half an hour. But you can see the pressure is the exact same. The rise and flow is the exact same. Here, the blue line, you'll see a little rise off of the set point. This means that Ford's Colony pump station, one of 2 HRSD pump stations, all 3 pumps are running at that point. They're running at 100% speed, and they still can't keep up with the flow coming to the station. So what happens? The level in the wet well rises. And as that level as the level in the wet well rises, that's what, if it gets too much, causes the SSOs out in the system. So this is what you kind of want to avoid. So this is a picture of one of our pump stations, again, the set point is in blue, the SSO level is in red. And that space between there is what we call float or available capacity. And if you think about the Green Springs situation, that wet well level set point that we had was staying right where that level in the wet well should be. During dry weather, during wet weather, it didn't matter at that point. So we had over 10 feet worth of freeboard or storage before we ever spilled, if that makes any sense. Are you picturing that? So what we did is we went from this dry weather scenario, and this was programmed this year by our instrumentation and electrical staff. This is the control scenario that said, hey, you're going to set a set point and you're going to maintain it no matter what. If another pump is called to come on, you're going to maintain the wet well level. If the third pump is called to come on, you're going to maintain that wet well level. You're going to pass everything that you can that's coming to that station out into the force main. This is the updated control sheet that just got implemented. I believe it was in February or March. Now we have not a singular control, but we have a dual control. We have our dry weather scenario, and then we've added the wet weather scenario. So now what we do at our pump station is during dry weather activities, we maintain our wet well at the exact same set point. But during dry weather, we limit the other two pumps from ever coming on. So during dry weather, only one pump can come on. The rain event hits, water flows, additional water flows into it, and the well level will climb. So we're using that storage, okay? It has a trigger of a higher level, and only when it reaches that higher level will it enact the second pump to come on. So now we have two pumps coming on. But we also implemented another strategy whereby we limited the amount of pumping that can be done at those pumps itself. So rather than going straight to 100% output, we limited both of those to 80%. And then as the wet well level climbs, we increase that RPM and increase that RPM so that we're maximizing that storage use as flow that we're actually holding back from getting into the force main. So I'm going to go back. Does that make sense, I guess? So what we've done? Well, these are the results. So this is the other event where we held the wet well lines. The blue line is Green Springs. The red line is Ford's Colony. And you can see the pressures, 60 up to 90 PSI. And this was, again, a 1 to 2 year event. Our most recent event was in May of 2026. Now you can see Green Springs and Ford's Colony, their wet well levels increased. We never got to a spill within our system, but what we did do is affect that green line, which is the system pressures. Those system pressures are reduced. That means basically without adding any infrastructure, without doing anything but changing our control strategy, we've increased the capacity of the system. So therefore, JCSA had less problems during this event. Make sense? So that's what we've been focused on in operations and the collaboration between us and James City County, and it's actually paid dividends. One last point on this slide is that holding back of flow. Jay's going to come back up here and talk to you about CIPs. That holding back of flow to store out in the system, that concept is exactly what we're looking to do at these tank systems. So a pump station is relatively small. You're not going to have much storage in it. And the gravity system that you can surcharge and build up behind that is relatively small. These tanks that we're talking about, we've implemented a couple of them on North Shore already. They're extremely effective at holding back flows to allow the weaker stations to get in to avoid those SSOs that we're trying to avoid. So Jay's going to talk a little bit about that. Last two slides that I have, and this is where I really kind of geek out on technology, is all of the controls right now are site by site. You have Green Springs data dictating what and how Green Springs operates. But we've got data from all of our pump stations and all of our pressure monitoring sites feeding our SCADA system to a top end where all of the information is available. So once that happens, you have a picture of your entire system as it's occurring. And what you have is a mechanism to build a real-time decision support strategy. And all that means is if this part of the system isn't affected, but this is, you can do things in both sides to alleviate spills or enhance capacity in one place or another. You're no longer tied to just local controls. So it's really about the site communication and altering what is being done operationally out in the system. And then this last one is this is the basis for smart sewer. Once you have all of this information, you set this into sort of a networked neural system, and you have different decision points and different things that you can do for control. But rather than just simply looking at the system with the information that it has, you can start to reach outside for predictive things. Hampton deals with tides. You don't really deal with tides up here this much, but you definitely deal with weather forecast. So in this model, as you predict rain forecasts, which you absolutely can, you have a position, you have amount of a rainfall expecting, you can actually do things in advance of the storms that are coming at you. A simple example of that is the May event from this year. Toano got 5.5 inches of rain. And down at the treatment plant, we hardly got an inch. So there was a lot more system capacity in other parts of our system. Well, what if those models predicted this and said, hey, you're going to have training over the northern part of the system, empty down your wet wells, go ahead and prepare for what's to come. And that's what smart sewer is all about. It's using the industrial controls to add capacity to your system without actually building anything. You're just maximizing what you have already in place. So that's operationally what I have. Any questions?
Yes, my question is that you're working through it right now. How much more pressure can it take? I mean, we've got people wanting to build more and that type of thing here. So does this work for bringing on more people, more houses, or?
It certainly helps. That's a question for the planning analysis group. But I will say this, the 1 year to 2 year event that happened in 2004, there were 5 spills upstream. 4 were on James City County side, 1 was on Williamsburg side. And that was a 1 to 2 year storm. We're designing for a 5-year level of service. So we have some work yet to do, and that's what Jay is going to present in the CIPs. The 2026 event, the one that just happened in May, there were a total of 4 spills. There were still the 4 James City County spills, but the Williamsburg spill dropped off. So we did see improvement from the system in general. And that event, believe it or not, up in James City County, northern James City County, was predicted to be a 5 to 10 year event. So that same storm, had it occurred back in 2024, would have been much worse, if that makes any sense. So, yeah, there's no magic nugget to answer, like, can this development come on or this? But we absolutely have the tools in place to analyze that. And with the future CIPs to come, we'll be in a much better shape to handle. But again, to Jay's point and to Doug's point, we do not have problems during dry weather events. So 99% of the time, we're operating just standard. It's only during those wet weather events where we're seeing the additional I&I in the system. I hope that answers your question.
Have we had any experiences of throughout your system of when you had these really, really bad weather events, like hurricanes or whatever, 12, 18, 14 inches of rain, whatever, where the backups not just overflow your pump stations, but where they actually begin to back up, impacting and come back up into houses?
So we are very fortunate in this area. Basement backups is what EPA calls them. And there are other areas in the nation like St. Louis where their consent decree is almost centered around that because you have hundreds of homes getting raw sewage coming back up into the basements.
And I've heard of several cases, but I just wanted to, try to.
It's very rare, if not almost nil here because, well, in James City County, you'll have basements, but the elevation, the spill elevation that predicts all of that is at manholes outside of the stations, and all of those rim elevations are almost always lower in elevation than your basement.
The overflow there prevents the backup into the.
Correct.
But essentially, when you get the overflow there, you're getting to the point where you are backing up the lines from that pump station back toward the houses.
Correct. But water seeks its own level, right? So if you have a basement up here and your SSO's here, right? If the water's coming out here, unless it's a huge amount of water, it's never gonna come out here. And like I said, I've been in this region, in this area for 20 years. I don't know of a single wet weather event where a basement backup has happened. I do know, however, that through maintenance, like if you have a lot of grease or roots growing into a lateral or something like that, it absolutely does happen. But on a wet weather capacity, it's a non-issue in this region.
So even during Isabel, or do you know?
Well, Isabel was, it affected the tidal areas much more than it did us. I live in Pocosin, so I knew all about it. And yeah, at that point, you can't pump the bay. So really what you're doing in those events is you're protecting your infrastructure that you have in place. So when the event does subside, you don't have broken equipment or broken pipes or anything like that. So.
Right that the tank utilization is giving us a little bit of breathing room now while we put in place more adequate?
It is, yeah. The change in our operating sequence at Ford's Colony and at Grain Springs, which are two of the largest pumpers in northern James City County. By changing that operational, it has alleviated and has expanded some of the capacity in the system without a doubt. And then Jay's gonna go over the CIPs that we're proposing and stuff like that will be of keen interest to you because it's the same concept. You hold the flow back so that you allow those weaker stations not to spill.
How does this affect our ability to continue utilization of those water tanks in the future?
Yeah, anytime.
Can we hold on your question for a minute?
Sure, sure.
The utilization of the one that's proposed to be repurposed, I don't.
Yeah.
Its own lice looking though.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay.
So I don't know if I define terms. We use SSO all the time. Sanitary sewer overflow is what we're trying to prevent. So just to make sure everyone's on the same page there. Okay. So let's talk about the investments being made. And I'm going to give a brief overview and then dive into some of these. Again, we have planned capital investment in James City County of between $43 and $70 million over, I'd say, the next 5 years. And this is made up of a number of different projects. High priority project, inflow and infiltration reduction program. So one option is to go out to all those pipes that are spread out all over and try to keep the rainwater from coming in. That's daunting, right? And uncertain as to how effective we'll really be in isolating different parts to get a set volume of water out. But we've been working in that area and we're planning on spending $25 million on that approach. But more importantly is a storage tank. And we have 3 different CIPs, and we know we need storage in northern James City County. One option is to repurpose the pottery tank and make it a wastewater tank for wet weather events. Our commission this morning approved the Williamsburg Treatment Plant offline storage tank site study today, so we can go look for the property needed to build a storage tank in an ideal location that's based on our hydraulic modeling. And then we also have a project on the books called the Williamsburg Crossing, PRS, Force Main and Storage Tank. And based on our TAB results, and I'll talk about our TAB storage tank, that's estimated between $18 and $45 million investment in it. So between those three CIPs, we plan on building some storage in northern James City County to address wet weather capacity. We'll also talk about pump station evaluations. I talked about the challenge of different locality pump stations getting into the system during wet weather. And then also we've been actively coordinating with James City County staff on projected growth in our development plan to account for planned development in the county.
And when you say planned development, do you mean, because right now, without anything else, we have building, we have 7,000, I think, out there. Are you talking about without anything new?
Based on your comprehensive plan looking forward in
Okay.
time.
Okay.
Really not today's look, but looking out. So
Okay.
what infrastructure will need to get built to accommodate?
And the other question I had, this Williamsburg treatment plant, is that physically located? I mean, where is that physically located? Is that,
Miles down on the river, just south of Kings Mill.
okay, so it's, okay, that's the one that, just down by Carter's Grove? Okay, is that where most of our stuff goes, or I
All
thought
of your stuff.
all stuff that goes there? Okay, I didn't know whether, when they talk about the interceptor, whether it went further down the community or whatever, but so that takes care of most of upper James City County, the city of Williamsburg, and
Part of
probably
York.
the northern part of York?
That's correct.
Okay,
Absolutely.
okay, good. A little bit of Newport News, okay. Okay.
All right, moving forward. So our high priority inflow and infiltration reduction program, this is a map on the left. The basins in green are source service basins that we're actively investing in rehabilitating, lining pipes, lining manholes to keep flow out of the system holistically. The basins in yellow represent where we're doing additional metering and studying to understand if the value proposition is there to line pipes, line manholes to keep stormwater, rainwater, clear water out of the system. We're committed to about $18 million in rehab right now. That could increase based on the findings from these alternate basins. An important thing we're also doing is a lot of additional metering. We make these decisions around development based on our hydraulic model. And the model is only as good as the information and the assumptions that are fed into it. So we're making a significant investment in collecting more data to hone in on the model and recalibrate the model so we can make more informed decisions about specifics as they're asked. So we can take into operational improvements to better understand and represent what's going on. What we don't want to do is say yes to a development that creates sanitary sewer overflows. What we do want to do is accept flow when we can accept flow so that we can provide service and protect public health and the environment. Another component of this program will be doing these pump drawdown tests to understand if the locality pump stations are if the pumps are adequately sized to provide the service needed. And then we're going to also put sensors on our interceptor network to understand where we might have issues in the system, where this grit may be accumulating if that's happening, so that, again, we can better model what's going on and give better answers to specific questions. Most importantly, though, is talking about these potential tanks. And the pottery site is one option that we will be looking at. Can we repurpose that former water tank to use it during wet weather to relieve pressures in the northern part of the county? What appears to be the best location based on our current modeling is near Ford's Colony, a tank there. So that site study that I mentioned is looking for available land around there where we could site what we need to provide the pressure relief needed to provide service. And then the Williamsburg crossing tank was originally slated to be down by number 2 near 199 and Jamestown Road. So we're looking at those simultaneously to figure out, what the best option is. Just to give you a sense of what we're talking about, this is a conceptual rendering of the tank that is about to go into service over by Tab High School. And so if you look across the baseball diamond, you'll see a circle with a green top there. That's where our storage tank and pressure reducing station are. And zooming in, this is essentially what we're talking about. And again, this is designed to blend in with the area. And zooming in a little more, so we have a large storage tank, in this case 2.5 million gallons, and a large pumping station, pressure reducing station, so we can slow the flow, hold it back during the wet weather, release it when the system has capacity to keep all the sewage flowing and all the wet weather flow that we received transmitted to the treatment plant. And then I had alluded to, James City County was the first county that we coordinated with when we started our development plan efforts. So that coordination happened last year. We've been working closely with Doug and his staff to address areas of concern and identify what's coming in the future so we can plan the right infrastructure. And I have an ask for the board. We know what the solution is. It's a storage tank. Where you can help is it takes a lot to facilitate the siting and the design and the construction and the permitting of a storage tank. So to solve the problem, it's going to take commitment from all of us together to get this built and to provide the pressure relief that's needed. Continue to share data. James City County is like my poster child for the capacity team of how we work together to share data with each other so we have visibility into what's going on, so we can optimize what we already have and make improvements and get to the point where we can do the smart sewer and forecast what's going on to even utilize the available capacity better, and then continue to fund JCSA collections and systems operation and maintenance, which is a critical part of solving the problem. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
So we talked about the expenditures that are going to be made in James City over the course of the next few years, I guess. What was that, all HRSD?
That's all HRSD.
All HRSD. And is there an ask of us in CIP that goes along with this, or no?
So capacity management is a shared responsibility. The systems are designed to take a certain amount in. So if we can keep more flow, clear water, what I call clear water, rainwater, or groundwater out of the system, it helps the problem, right? The storage tank, what's beautiful about the storage tank is its known volume that we can store. When we go in and line pipes and try to keep the flow out, it's a mystery. There's a lot of investigation that goes along, and it's hard to quantify how effective it truly is. So Doug, do you want to ask for some money?
So, just a couple thoughts. I mean, first of all, we have about $15 million, I think it's $14.5 million in our sewer CIP over the next 5 years. A lot of that, not necessarily every single dollar, but a lot of those dollars will help to address, these issues. The other thing I would just mention is, under the consent order, we are required to do what's called find and fix. I mean, we have to videotape our lines. I think it's every 10 years. Is that right, James? 10? 15, I'm sorry, every 15 years. And we're required, if during that process, if we find something, if we find holes or leaks or whatever, we're required to fix them. So it's an ongoing, battle. You're never finished. But we are doing some things that will also help to alleviate this issue.
Is there any way to reduce the amount of intrusion that heavy rain events will provide, other than, sort of sealing off the collection pipes and such?
I might let Mr. Canning answer that question.
Yes, it's our MOM program. We tend to address the find and fix, but also areas that we see that there's a lot of inflow and infiltration out of facility. We would go out and do smoke testing. Recently, we've done some work in the 1-9 basement First Colony area where we went out and smoke tested, and we found several defects where infiltration was getting in. And I think on one of Jay's slides, it showed during for the high priority projects, they're also monitoring that area to find more inflow or infiltration. So, and if there is significant inflow, we can go in and try to find it, but it's a lot of times it's a needle in a haystack of finding that.
I guess I'm
one
wondering
area.
whether there's any way in which, sort of regulatory factors on the development process can help to minimize the amount of intrusion. Does that make sense? Maybe I need to ask planning staff or something.
Makes total sense, but I don't think we're quite there yet. We need to quantify what is acceptable inflow and infiltrate. Some clear water is going to make it into the system.
Sure.
How much is acceptable? That's still being discussed. What we certainly don't want, and what smoke testing gets us, we don't want downspouts. We don't want sump pumps. We're very interested in, we see a very sharp peak of flow, and cutting that down is what we're truly after. So these high intensity, short duration flow into the system is our number one enemy for addressing the issues that we face.
I'm just wondering if there's a way to minimize some of the flow through techniques like different processes for slowing the flow of rainwater into areas where the pipes are collecting or are transmitting water.
Well, I think with new development, good construction techniques, right,
Yeah.
which are implemented, and then existing, that's what we're learning with this high priority infiltration reduction program. They are out there proactively testing different alternatives to get the most bang for the buck. They're doing a very extensive cost-benefit analysis on what makes sense to chase versus, what we don't think we're going to see a return on the investment for. So we're learning a lot through this process, and the metering is continuing to inform where and how we spend the money we have available. And I would love to see development start to address it, but.
Well, I think it is in some places, and for instance, if you had a kind of community that pushed a lot for rain gardens, as an example, planting more trees might be another case in particular areas that would tend to allow for more absorption of the water in the soil.
I could talk for hours on the subject, but I probably shouldn't.
We want to hold you here until you're going to run into problems at the tunnel, right? But that's fine. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Very informative.
You're welcome.
Sorry you were here all day. Thank you for that.
That's right.
Thank you.
All right, I'll just simply conclude by saying, obviously, there's more to come. Hopefully, you've gotten a better picture, a better idea of what's being done and what's being planned for the future. Those future plans, I'll just reiterate what Mr. Dano said. Those future plans are going to require the support of the board. So you will definitely be involved as these projects move forward.
Thank you all. Now we need a motion to go into closed session.
Well, I had
no,
a
you're done. I'm
question
sorry, Ruth.
prior because there was a report released recently. Will you be coming to us to discuss that report further or what?
Are you referring to the report on groundwater?
Correct.
Yes. I sent each one of you an email on Friday with a copy of that report. There was a conference call among a lot of the key stakeholders this afternoon, which obviously I did not participate in, but Mr. Ushak and Ms. Luton were part of that call. So we're going to be preparing some further analysis and obviously share that with you. The report, I think what really prompted the report was concerns about data centers, but that report really, the recommendations do have significant implications for the James City Service Authority. I mean, when that report says basically no withdrawal of over 130,000 gallons a day can pass the technical evaluation, I mean, that basically means that the way I interpret it is that means there's really limited growth potential for the James City Service Authority to withdraw any more groundwater if these recommendations are approved. I do think, and I don't want to speak too long on it today. I think we need to do some further analysis. But part of the concern about the study is that it basically concluded that the DEQ does not feel like SWIFT is an option that can be relied upon because there's no guarantee, no assurance that it will always be operational. And if they make the assumption that it is and then it does not become operational, then we're in a worse position. So a lot of time and money has been invested in SWIFT, and to get to this point and then say, well, we're not really going to consider any benefits of SWIFT to this issue, I think that's something that needs some further discussion, consideration. But there are a lot of other issues there too. I don't really have a sense at this point as in terms of when or how the General Assembly will consider these recommendations, but I do think it's something we obviously need to stay focused on because those recommendations do have significant implications for us. We are as you know, we're on the verge of getting a draft permit. We were expecting a draft permit the end of this year. The recommendations in this report won't be final by then. But it will be interesting to see how DEQ considers, the information they've prepared for this report in reviewing our permit.
Thank you.
Sure.
Motion to go into closed session.
So moved. Oh.
Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan? And Ms. Knoll? have a resolution with a blank in it for the increase. Do you need that before you take action, or do you want to put that on a future agenda, or? Okay, just go ahead and.
I think we know.
Okay,
what-
okay,
yeah, what we-
okay, okay. All right, sorry, okay. So Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
And Ms. Knoll?
Aye. May I have a motion to approve the resolution entitled Authorization of Salary Increase in the amount in the motion?
At
5%, we already
5%,
did that. Mr. Powell, call the roll.
Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan? Ms. Knoll?
Aye. A motion to adjourn till 5 PM September 8th for our regular meeting.
So moved.
Ms. Wainwright?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan? And Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.